if you send it to us before. And then also, just so you know, we're recording the session so that anybody who are not here might be able to listen to us, and maybe you want to listen to yourself after this is over to see how wonderful you are, so you can check again. Okay. And also we played on YouTube again for people who sign up for Eventbrite, for example, or who cannot make it, so they can tune in to the program. Now, we have sent you the program book, and the way it is organized. So you see the program in the first few pages, and then there are lists of abstracts, and then end it with the appendixes. So I hope that you use your time to take a look, and you see that we didn't put doctor, professors, all of your degree, and I call all of my committee or fellow organizers with Pa and Ibu, because I just feel more intimate, because most of us, all of us have degree. So if I use it very long, it will, take more time. So if I call Pa Agus, even though Pa Agus, he's a professor, he's a doctor, he is also, he's religious leader, he gives sermon everywhere, he has a long title. So I call him Pa Agus instead. So for those of you, if I don't call you doctor, professor, we will promise you to put your title in your certificate, but in addressing to each other, we want to make it intimate, so we don't call you that way. So please understand, okay? And then as you look at the appendix, again, keep in mind, please contact us anytime. Do contact each other, so then you can maybe create network, because in every session we group themes in such a way so then you can connect. So for those who are talking or who are presenting with the host or with the moderator, with Pa Agus, he's an expert in COVID-19. That's why he's moderating COVID-19 topics related. So after the session, do reach out to him with his email in the book, so then you can maybe extend and also think about topics for next year when you're coming to see us, and also to come in person for the conference. And then a final reminder before we go to session one, please, we make it in such a way that there are 4 rooms: 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D. Because this is our second time we do it online. We try to make it smooth, so you can move from one room to the next. So feel free to move around if you see any topic that interests you. Okay, so that's one. Second, moderators will be there, but there will also be the co-host. So for those of you who are moderate, don't worry about it. There will be a co-host who are the technology expert, making sure everybody can work, everybody can present without having any problem. And then please come back, so after all the session, come back at 1:30 later on, which means what time? 12:30 or 12, midnight in Jakarta time. And then we will talk about the plan for next year. Because again, this is the 13th time. We never miss even once for our conference. We want to hear from you, whether it's related to the theme for next year, whether it's related to organization. Okay, and if you have any question for me and for anyone in the organization in ASIRPA, please write it down. You can send it to the chat, or you can ask us directly later on around 8:30 to 8:45, or between 1 to 1:30. Are we good? Yes? Well, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And let's move to any session that you're interested in. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
And for those who are attending session 1A, just stay.
Yeah, for the one that attending this session 1 is staying here. here, I would like to be present their paper today. So the first presentations is about international internship and community engagement during the pandemic, the opportunities and challenges. These presentations will be presented by Ibu Jema, Mbak Ati, and Mbak Titi. So, okay, so because we have enough time, so maybe about 15-minute presentations, and then after that, question and answer. Time for Ibu Jema or Mbak Ati or Mbak Titi to present your presentation. Mbak Didi, can you give the host for it? Who will be the presenter, Ibu Jema?
Gemma is going to,
Yes, I can present and I'll share my screen.
Okay. I will give a reminder 5 minutes before the presentation ends.
Perfect. Hopefully everyone can see that all right. I think it is loading up. There we go. Hopefully that is viewable to everyone.
Yes.
Perfect. Well, hello. Thank you all for coming. This presentation is called International Internship and Community Engagement During the Pandemic, opportunities and challenges. My name is Gemma Natanson. I'm an undergraduate sociology student at Warren Wilson College in North Carolina. My advisor and co-presenter is Dr. C.T. Kusagiarty, who is the chair of the department, sociology department at Warren Wilson College. And our other internship coordinator who cannot be here today is Dr. Titiak Kartika Hendrastiti, and she is a faculty at the University of Bengkulu. Just to give a little background about this research experience. So for context, COVID-19 really hit the United States in March of 2020, and that is when American universities shut down and began to move to an online model of education. And then by January 2021, there were over 20 million COVID-19 cases in the United States, over 900,000 COVID cases in Indonesia, and 85 million COVID cases worldwide. And COVID-19 forced us to imagine a new method of global community engagement. Social issues and social justice needs were still ongoing and still needed to be addressed. And in fact, some of them were exacerbated by COVID-19. And so that reimagining really needed to keep occurring. And yet new technologies, such as the capabilities of Zoom, allowed for new strategies of community engagement and service learning. To give a little background of the internship that the three of us decided to create together, we wanted to create an international internship over Zoom over the course of 4 months. So we decided that I would become an intern for the Sustainable Development Goals Center at the University of Bengkulu in Indonesia. The SDG Center is a largely autonomous organization made up of faculty and student volunteers, and I was working directly with 5 faculty and student volunteers from the University of Bengkulu. And the SDG Center is dedicated to fostering relationships with local agrarian communities along the lines of sustainable development. And one of their major goals is to create these schools of SDGs in rural communities through a sort of ground up approach. I'm going to get more into that in a second. Just to visualize how our internship worked, CT and I were in the United States while the rest of the team was in Indonesia. So we were communicating weekly over Zoom, 9,000 miles away from each other. To get more into the goals of the SDG Center, one of their large goals is what they call universalizing local values. So universalizing local values is the idea of bridging the interests of global development goals and the existing sustainable practices of local residents and agrarian communities. Schools of SDGs are dedicated to providing 3-day curriculums at local schools of SDGs that are open to all visitors. And in this model, it is not about visitors coming in, quote unquote, teaching local community members how to practice sustainable development. It is a ground up approach in which these community members show their existing knowledges of sustainability to outsiders. And this can be spread through, they're spreading Indigenous knowledge through lectures, storytelling, poetry readings, shadow puppet performances, and direct involvement in agriculture. I'm going to review the literature on community engagement. So Afzal and Hussein note that service learning and community engagement can have a positive impact on student prosocial behavior, which can decrease prejudice and conflict and increase tolerance for diversity and pluralism. Ellen Bogan notes that service learning and community engagement can engage a broader array of learning types and allow for divergent learning types to be addressed through the process. Hartman brings up a really, I think, integral aspect of community engagement, which he calls critical service learning and community engagement. And he describes it in this model called a fair trade learning model. And a fair trade learning model allows for both the student and the community to benefit from the relationship so that student and community outcomes are given equal weight. Santiago Ortiz notes that there's an importance in decolonizing the space of service learning and community engagement, as service learning projects, especially on an international scope, can often replicate harmful symbols of colonialism, in which privileged actors come into a space for a while and then leave abruptly without ensuring that there are those mutual benefits. And so she calls for validating alternative epistemologies in the community engagement process, and allowing community members to be co-educators and co-facilitators in the community engagement process, using a sort of asset-based approach. Pascari similarly notes that service learning and community engagement should avoid serving neoliberal interests and should be an immersive long-term experience. So with the critical community engagement framework in mind, we wanted to create an internship that reflected these values. And we wanted to, throughout the internship process, we wanted to implement critical community engagement outcomes into our model. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about what the internship looked like and some of the tasks and duties that we were assigned to that reflected some of these values. So, one of the biggest goals of the internship was to create a website for a specific agrarian community that we were partnering with, the village of Bandung Jaya and Bengkulu. And this website was meant to advertise the local school of SCGs that they were opening up there to visitors, tell the history of the village's sustainable development, provide testimonials from visitors and locals, and also display images and videos of village events and village life. Here you can see some examples. These are some screenshots of what the website looks like. And there are multiple tabs that give information and lots of pictures and videos. I think one of the most important aspects of this internship process, within and outside of the website design aspect, was our sort of knowledge sharing that we did as a group. We had a lot of cultural exchange presentations in which I gave lectures on sort of the Warren Wilson College experience in the United States and the American model of liberal arts education. And then my counterparts, the student volunteers at the SDG Center on the Indonesian side of things, gave lectures on the Indonesian university system. And we had multiple discussions comparing and contrasting our experiences in our educational models. Meanwhile, the community leaders from Bandung Jaya were able to share their agricultural expertise with us, and sustainable agriculture is something that is very foreign to me. So it was a really impactful experience to get to learn about their innovative techniques within sustainability. One of the main sort of components of information that I learned from the community members in Bandung Jaya was about sustainable coffee production and composting. They talked about their sustainable processes in planting, growing, harvesting, and pressing coffee for a consumer market, and their techniques in composting using cow manure, and the high-end coffee that they were producing for a consumer market called Civet Coffee. And this is a picture below of some of their coffee cherries that they were growing. I'm just going to skip ahead for a second. Another sort of innovative initiative that they took on was craft and waste management. So the local community members talked a lot about their village-wide cleanup initiatives to alleviate pollution in the area, which involved men, women, and children, to keep the community free of waste and to recycle different goods. And one of the ways that they recycled in the community was to use crafting. So they made a lot of handmade purses from recycled plastics. And below, I think you can see in those pictures some of the the handmade purses that are from those plastic rings that you often find on, I think soda cans and whatnot. And then another aspect of something that was really important to learn in this internship was the power of women's leadership in sustainability and in the conflict resolution of the community. I ended up doing a lot of supplementary research on the specific community of Bandung Jaya in their kind of local area. And I learned a lot about the colonial legacy on agricultural development and the emergence of women's leadership in rural spaces in that area. I learned, of course, that, of the Dutch appropriation of plantation land during the time of colonization, and then the ensuing conflicts over customary law once independence was won, and how a lot of that land was up for debate between indigenous, locals and the government officials over, who owned what land there. And I ended up conducting an interview with an activist from the Akar Foundation, which is an NGO dedicated to mediating land disputes between indigenous communities and governmental actors. And from this interview with this activist, I learned, and with the community members of Bandung Jaya, I learned about the historical trauma of these governmental conflicts that have been going on for decades, and how coming together for intentional mediation allowed for some solutions to emerge over these land disputes. I learned about a collective mapping activity that the community leaders did with representatives from the government to sit down and plan out, carve out which land belonged to who, and compromise on that land. And I think it was really powerful to learn about women's initiative in this whole matter, and women's roles within this conflict resolution. And of course, all of this was highlighted on the website. To highlight some of the challenges and strengths of this internship, one of the major challenges and also strengths of this internship was the language barrier. I am, a native English speaker, and I don't speak Indonesian fluently. And the student volunteers at the SDG Center had varying levels of fluency in English. And then the community members of Bandung Jaya that we were working with and meeting with weekly did not speak English. So there was a need for a translator at all times. And yet I think also this language barrier allowed us to have a lot of intentionality in dismantling the Western filter of our website. I think we were very conscious of the fact that because this website was being designed in English, we wanted to represent the interests of the community members of Bandung Jaya as accurately as possible, and try to mitigate some of those aspects of their histories and their knowledges that could have been lost in translation. And within this, it was really important for us to contemplate the global power relations that were even at play within our internship. I'm a white Westerner, and I hold a lot of privilege, both on a national and on an international level. And I was working with others who do not hold the same identities as I do. So this allowed for us to take a lot of care towards making the voices of the local community members that we were working with feel heard and feel listened to, and to acknowledge those power relationships within our internship. As some concluding remarks, I think it was important for us to put the praxis to the theory of critical community engagement. And through this internship, we established a sort of anti-colonialist structure of a project. We highlighted the interests in global women's agency through this project. We centered the local voices as expertise in this internship. We allowed for knowledge sharing between the three parties. And then we also acknowledged power structures within the internship team, hitting a lot of those critical community engagement, learning goals and outcomes. Thank you. I guess I am now finished. I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Jima, for very nice presentations. So this is a very important cooperation and opportunity, especially for peoples in Bandung Jaya, Bengkulu to grow together, to share their information, and also to make sure their voice listened by people in other part of the globe. So I will open the questions and answers sessions. Anybody from the room that would like to questions or give some comments for these presentations? You can unmute your microphone to speak. I think I just opened the forum for everybody. You can also write on the chat room if you want to give your questions in writing. If not, maybe I would like to have some questions, okay, regarding for this project. And again, this is really, really important project for Indonesian people, actually. So thank you very much for this type of project. And my question is, how long this SDG Center has been created? And then so far, what kind of benefits or things that people get from this cooperations from this center? So maybe you can explain more a little bit.
Sure. So I don't know the exact year amount that the SDG Center has been operating, but it was already pre-established before I came on the scene, and they have their own website as well. They just do not necessarily have individual websites for their schools, and they've been working with different rural communities to develop these schools of SDGs. And Bandung Jaya is not the only community that they've been working with, but yeah, in terms of benefits, I think they're for the students who are working at the center, it's also an important aspect of their community engagement that they do for their university. And a few of the students were working very kind of long-term and immersively with the community or with different growing communities as a part of their community engagement and service learning. So I think in terms of benefits, there is, similarly to the university that I go to, there's a requirement for community engagement and to spend a long amount of time with a community and get to know them in depthly. So I think that would be one of their benefits.
Wonderful. I think we have a question from the forum, from Ihsan. He's asking, what is the future plans for this project? So maybe I also adding, if you finish with your school, your graduate, what do you plan? Are you still in the SDG or working in other kind of activities?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would love to continue working with these folks. I feel like since initiating these relationships last semester, it's been really wonderful to connect to people all across the world and to have that network. And I would love to continue that network and continue communicating with the different folks that I met at the SDG Center and the community. So yeah, I would love to foster that relationship in the future.
Okay. So any for a plan for expanding this project or internship in terms of SDG, or maybe some kind of professional planning?
Yeah, no specific plan as of yet, but perhaps CT and I can talk about that, and we can formulate some sort of plan.
Okay. How about plan? Visiting the place and then giving the study or maybe informations directly to the peoples on the Bandung Jaya when the COVID-19 gone. Is there any plan for that? Expanding, not only online, but also online kind of activities?
Yeah, and I would love to come visit. I've been to Indonesia once, but that was a couple of years ago. So I would love to actually see the place that we were working on and get to meet those folks in person. We'll see when the borders open back up again, and that is possible for Americans to travel abroad. But we'll have to get our COVID numbers down first.
Okay.
I just put the link for the SDG Center at the University of Bengkulu if anybody would like to know more about what they have done.
Okay.
And I hope that, we will be able to continue and expand this project in the future. But as Gemma mentioned, we may have to wait until COVID is manageable before we can actually go to Bengkulu and meet with the people at Bandung Jaya.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak Ati, for additional information. We also have another questions in the forum. So this is from Bapak Saur Kontanis. Why did you choose Bengkulu? Are there any special specification in your project?
So I think the SDG Center had already kind of established some connections with the community of Bandung Jaya, in Bengkulu, and I think CT had that partnership with faculty at the University of Bengkulu, specifically with Bu Titiek. So I think that was sort of those relationships had already been formed, and being an advisee of CT. I was put in connection with her network. And in terms of the relationship with Bandung Jaya, I know that the SDG Center was interested in the way that this women-led community had established had met a lot of goals of sustainable development, and used the agency of women in their community to initiate conflict resolution over these land disputes. And I think that the SDG Center was particularly interested in the role of women in the community, and the role of kind of the ground up approach of model of sustainability that had already been put in place in the community by those community actors. So I think that was, all those connections were made, and we all kind of held these values in ourselves, and together we came together over these values. So that was a nice connection point.
Okay, so wonderful. I think we have used all the time for this first presentation. So let us give the applause for this first presentation. Okay, you can also click I don't know whether there is a clap button in this Zoom or not. Usually there's a clap button. Okay, thank you very much, Gemma, Mbak Ati, and Mbak Titi for this nice presentation. And I hope the SDG will growing more and more, so you can, can get, give the benefits for more people, especially in Indonesia, where people really need this type of, cooperations with other places. Thank you very much. So now we go to the second presentation. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna be Ibu Fitri Widyaningsih.
Hello.
Hello, yeah. So the title is, or the topic is, differences in COVID-19 vaccination coverage in Indonesia. So this is maybe several years study for this one. So, and Ibu Fitri will tell you what is coverage vaccinations in Indonesia so far. Okay, time for you, Bu Fitri.
Thank you, Pak Agus, for the time, and also thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm going to start sharing my screen. Before that, let me introduce myself and also some of my team that also are here. So my name is Fitri Widyaningsih. I'm from Universitas 11 Maret in Surakarta. our acronym is UNS, but actually it stands for Universitas 11 Maret. So sometimes it makes a bit of confusion. And I have several of my team members here. We have Prof. Ari Probandari also joining, and also Novelia Kotrunada, and also some of our team member or research assistant is also here. For today, I'm going to present about one of our study on COVID-19, and this is based on secondary data on vaccination coverage in Indonesia. So as we know that, and also has been highlighted by the previous presenters, that Indonesia is severely hit by COVID-19, although right now we already see decrease in cases, but actually it's still persistent and we still need to be very careful. And until September 26, we have over 4 million cases reported and almost 141,000 people lost their life. Some measures have been conducted by the government, and this includes social restriction, mask mandates in public places, and recently it's also, the government also has launched its vaccination program for COVID-19. However, there are several variations in COVID-19 coverage in Indonesia by location, and this is the reason why we're going to do this study. So the aim of this study and this presentation is actually to assess the vaccination coverage in Indonesia by geographical location. And in addition, we also want to assess the changes in vaccination coverage over time. And this is something that we observe from July and September 2021. This is the secondary data analysis. We obtained the data from Ministry of Health, and we calculate vaccination coverage by having the number of vaccinated individuals within one province, and then number of target population. And we calculate this for first dose and also second dose of vaccination. And proportion as well as map were analyzed using Stata. We also use difference in difference approach, and this is to ascertain differences in coverage, comparing Java, Bali to other islands in Indonesia. So I'm going to show a bit about the difference in difference approach that we use. So you see here, there are two lines. This line is representing the one group, and in this case is other island in Indonesia. And this one is representing Java, Bali Island. So you see here, this is the baseline difference in July 2021. And we're going to also analyze the average increase. So this average increase is the increase in island outside of Java, Bali, and also in Java, Bali. So average of Indonesian increase. However, we also going to see whether there are differences between Java, Bali, and other island in Indonesia. And so if we see these acceleration differences here, it means that the coverage of vaccination in Java, Bali is different from those in outside of Java, Bali. And this is the vaccination coverage in July 2021. So here, this is the, this is the first dose of vaccination, and this is the second dose of vaccination. So as you can see here, there are a bit variation. These colors, the green colors has different shades. It representing the different coverage in vaccination. So the lighter shade, it means that the coverage is still lower. So we have under 20%, 20 to 40%, and then 40 to 60, 60 to 80, and above 80%. So in July, we still see that the coverage in Indonesia on average is mostly under 20%, as you can see here. There are some areas that are actually above 20%. So this is between 20 and 40. But there are some areas, for example, Bali and also Jakarta here, which is already relatively high. So in July, it was about, it's over 80% in these two provinces. And this is the second dose vaccination. So until July 2021, in most of the province in Indonesia is still under 20%, except for Jakarta and also Bali, which is also already above 60%. And we move on with vaccination coverage in September. Sorry, this is a typo. So this is in September, and we see here that this is the first dose of vaccination, and this is the second dose of vaccination. And you see that we already see increase. Before it was all lighter green, but right now it's actually already around 20 to 40% for first dose of vaccination in most provinces in Indonesia. And for Jakarta and also Bali is already close to 100% for first dose of vaccination. And for here, in second dose of vaccination, although we see that there are some areas that already have 20 to 40% coverage, but most of the area is still under 20%. So 26 of the 34 provinces in Indonesia in September 2021 actually has coverage of vaccination under 20%. And this is the difference in difference analysis that we did. First, we see here, this is the constants. The constant here for the first dose vaccination is representing the average of vaccination coverage in July 2021. So on average, using this method is about 18-19%. And you see here, there are significant baseline differences. When we compare, this is other island aside from Java, Bali, and this is provinces in Java, Bali. And the corresponding plot is here. So you can see that in July, the first dose vaccination, there are about 20% difference between Java, Bali, and also other island. And when you see the time here, so the time represents the changes from July to September. So in difference analysis, you called it by maturation changes. So this is represented by this increase. So in the island outside of Java, Bali, the increase is around 10%. However, in Java, Bali, there is an additional increase of 11.8%. So you can see here that there are, the line here is slightly different when we compare Java, Bali, and other island. And this is more pronounced in the second dose of vaccination. So you see here in July, we are about 7% for outside of Java, Bali. And then in Java, Bali, there are a bit of differences, 6% differences here, so about 13% coverage. But when you see the acceleration, we see that it's actually pretty different. So statistically, it's also significantly different. So the increase in other island, provinces in other island of Java, Bali is about 8% increase. But when you calculate the increase in Java, Bali, there are additional 16%. So on average, there's an increase in 20% for the second dose of vaccination. So based on this finding, we have several conclusions as well as some further thoughts. We observe that there are indeed differences in vaccination coverage by province and region from our analysis. However, we also need to think that these differences were probably due to several programs as well as several factors. First, the vaccination program itself were targeting area that were severely hit by COVID-19 cases. And in the case of Indonesia, Java, Bali had more cases compared to other islands as well. And we also need to think about distribution and logistics, and also the gap in healthcare provider when we're comparing provinces in Java, Bali, and also provinces in other islands. And this is needed for vaccine administration. However, there are several further consideration and recommendation. One of the things that we want to emphasize is that for vaccination program to be successful, we need to involve not only the healthcare provider, but also non-health stakeholders. And this is important because in vaccination program, you're not only dealing with the injection of the vaccine, but also you're dealing with how to improve awareness of people and then how to make them register for vaccination. And then during the vaccination program, there are several steps. For example, there are the registration, and then there are the screening by symptoms, and then there are also other activity after vaccination program. Usually we need to observe the people who were vaccinated. And this is something that can be done not only by healthcare provider, but also non-health care provider. And also, we need to think as well about education and campaign on the importance and safety of vaccine. If you see the news, there were several information on vaccine hesitancy, and we're also going to see the presentation after this by the keynote speakers. And we also see that in Indonesia. So vaccine hesitancy and also vaccine resistance is something that we need to address together. And this is something that we think non-health stakeholders can also provide contribution to improve people awareness. So that's conclude our presentation for today. Thank you for your attention, and we welcome your feedback and also questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Fitri, for very good presentation. And this is very important data for us, as we know that the case is growing down right now. But still there are so many people getting affected by the COVID-19. It's not stopped yet. And this is actually give you the idea why it is not stopped yet. The reason is, one of them is the data showing you that not many people actually being vaccinated yet. So the average, I think, if I'm not mistaken, still really, really low, maybe still under 40–50%, especially outside Java and Bali. And many people, they think that they sometimes, they ask about the herd immunity. Why there is no herd immunity? This is one of the problem over here, which is we don't have many people vaccinated yet. So I will open the forum for questions. So if anybody have questions or maybe comments, you can unmute your microphone.
One question in the chat room.
Okay, one question. Okay, so this is from Pak Halbana. Does the number of vaccination include those who got the vaccines through the so-called vaccine gotong royong? How is the level of vaccine hesitancy in Indonesia? Do they vary by regions or province?
Thank you very much for the questions. And I'm going to start answer the first questions. Yes, this number include all type of vaccination. The government introduced gotong royong vaccination, in which usually the employer paid for the vaccination for their employee, and this is also included in the analysis. So this is a total coverage. We have coverage for vaccination by the government, gotong royong vaccination, and also coverage for several type of target population. So initially we were targeting healthcare provider, and then after that we target a high risk population, the elderly, and then after that the rollout is for everybody over 18 years old. And then when the coverage is better, for example, in several areas like Jakarta, Bali, and also my city, Surakarta, is actually, although Central Java is still under 50%, but Solo is almost already over 90%. So we are targeting students over 12 years old as well already in our city. So this covers all of the type of vaccination. As for the second questions, this is something that we didn't evaluate from our research group or from our team, but we did, there are several studies reporting that vaccine hesitancy in Indonesia is actually very varies, and it's not only by regions or province, but also by other socio-demographic characteristics. So this is something that for us really need to be addressed as well, because as the vaccines availability becomes higher and people have access to vaccination, then it will be the demand, or it will be the willingness and acceptance of the people that will influence the vaccination coverage. Now we still have the vaccination coverage is very rely on distribution, but once the distribution is okay, is available, then it will be up to the people who's going to be vaccinated. So yeah, this really varies not only by regions or province, but also by socio-demographic characteristic as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we will have the presentations later, right? So about the hesitancy. This is from Dr. Kanu from Tennessee.
That's something that. Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we're going to have that.
Yeah.
After this, thank you.
Okay. So anybody have other questions or maybe comments? I have one question, Ibu Fitri. So based on your data, I just wonder why so many people actually do not get the second dose of vaccinations, because the data is showing that the second dose is actually very low. I mean, they do not get the the booster from this vaccination. Can you tell what is the reason? Maybe if there's any reason, maybe it's like, for example, maybe the healthcare, that when they give the first dose, don't really tell that you need the second dose in order to fully protect it, from the COVID-19.
Thank you, Pak Agus. This is actually very good questions, and something that we also have been investigating, although it's not finished yet. This is an experience by our Faculty of Medicine. We actually have a vaccination program also. A few months ago, we vaccinated almost 1,000 people every day for several weeks. And right now, we're also vaccinating more people. And one of the things that we observe actually is that there is dropout for vaccination for the second dose. So people who has been vaccinated in the first dose, they didn't come to the second dose of vaccination as scheduled. And when we see the data, is actually about 10%. So 10% of people who were actually vaccinated for the first dose, they didn't come for the second dose. There are several factors that we observe. First is actually the lack of information, as you mentioned, Pak Agus. And then the second one is also some of the people, they have reaction to vaccination. Although it might not be severe, but some of these people, it's just hindered them from getting the second dose of vaccination. So, and then some other reason is that once they feel that they already have the vaccination, and then they think that the first dose is already enough, so they're not coming for the second one. And the other is some logistic reasons. For example, people move from the initial city. So in Indonesia, the policy is that you have to get the second dose vaccination from the first, the place that you get your first dose of vaccination. And that has been also something that become problematic, because some people move between the first and second dose of vaccination, and we cannot address those problems because it's embedded in the system. So those are the several risk factors that we see to the dropout of vaccination.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Fitri. So I hope that this, data will be increased. Many more people will be vaccinated, because in order to get the herd immunity, at least about 80%, people, the community have to be vaccinated. Otherwise, the disease is still there, because some people will be able to get infected by the COVID-19 if they do not really get vaccination, or if many people is not vaccinated yet. Anybody? Let's see. I don't think we have other questions or comments, and also the time is actually already finished for this second presentation. Let's give applause for Ibu Fitri and the team. Thank you very much. And now we go to the next presentation. Okay, I believe this is Mas Ihsan and Pak Halbana. So this is father and son's presentation. Okay, the titles of the topic is Combating the COVID-19 Infodemic, Evaluating the e-government website in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. Mas Ihsan, this is your time.
Okay, thank you. Once I was on my screen. Okay, so, oops. Okay. Okay, first and foremost, I would like to extend a thank you to all the attendees who are coming today, and everyone who participated, and everyone who made this conference possible. So my name is Ihsan Rizky. I'm currently a senior at the University of Minnesota, and I'll be presenting alongside my dad, Halbana Tarmizi, who is an associate professor at Bemidji State University. And our presentation is entitled Combating the COVID-19 Infodemic, Evaluating e-government websites in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. And the reason we wanted to do this personally is because I use social media a lot, and I know many people also use social media. And there's some good things about social media, but on the other hand, there's also a lot of fake news out there, a lot of misinformation, and people are very susceptible and can fall victim to it. So that's why we wanted to learn about what are governments doing to combat this quote unquote infodemic. So before moving forward, I think it's important that we define what is an infodemic. So an infodemic is defined as an overabundance of information, some accurate and some not, that makes it hard for people to find trustworthy sources and reliable guidance when they need it. And in the hands of wrong people or people who are vulnerable, it's really dangerous and can have negative consequences. So especially during times of uncertainty, during a pandemic, an infodemic can intensify or lengthen outbreaks when people are unsure about what they need to do to protect their health and the health of people around them. And specifically, our research is about COVID-19 infodemic, but before moving forward, I think it's important that we understand that this is not just a single case. There have been past infodemics before. So the first infodemic that I'll be talking about is there was an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2019, and there was a lot of misinformation that was circulating around the internet and social media. So one of the misinformation was that the president of Congo created this Ebola outbreak to curb voter turnout and suppress, the voices of the people. And there's another misinformation that this Ebola is not real, but obviously we know Ebola is very real, it's very dangerous, very contagious. So if people believe in this, it's very deadly and it's very dangerous for the country. The next one is about the autism and the MMR vaccination. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about it, but it's a very well-known piece. It was from Andrew Wakefield, who's formerly a British physician, and he concluded in a study that there's a correlation between autism and the MMR vaccine. But now we know that there's a lot of flaws within his research, and he was actually paid by anti-vaccination lawyers. And some of the flaws include that. So autism is diagnosed at around age 3, and the MMR vaccine is also given around that same age. So they can't be really correlated as well. So the last one is about the SARS outbreak in China, similar to COVID-19, which led to social stigma against Asian people. So although these infodemics might have to be about different topics and things. They also have characteristics that make them infodemics, and therefore they're very similar. So two primary characteristics include the volume of information generated and the velocity with which it appears. And this has really been exacerbated by social media, because in a matter of seconds, you can see like thousands, millions of tweets or like Instagram posts. And social media has really been a catalyst, I think, for the spread of infodemics. And a secondary characteristic is that there are various forms of wrong information, meaning that even though there might be some true information within the volume of information, there's also some wrong information that can be very deadly and has really real consequences. So let's now talk about the infodemic related to COVID-19. So there is a study that was done, and it found that there's a lot of misinformation in regards to illness, control interventions, and treatment and cures. And unsurprisingly, most of them are found in the most populated countries in the world, such as India, the US, China, Indonesia, and Brazil. And from this study, the most important thing that we took from it is that the infodemics are categorized into three things. So there's rumors, stigma, and discrimination, as well as conspiracy theories. So I'm sure many of us have heard these rumors, stigmas, and conspiracy theories, but I'll just like highlight them a bit. So some of the rumors include like drinking bleach or alcohol for immunity, and some stigmas include associating COVID with being an Asian or Chinese disease. And the last conspiracy theory is that the virus was man-made, and some of the most powerful people in the world collaborate together to conquer the world, which obviously is not true. And these, although innocent or unharmful misinformation, maybe they have really real consequences. For example, the BBC reports that at least 800 people died around the world because of coronavirus misinformation, and these 800 lives could have been saved had the government done more to to combat what was on social media. And it doesn't help when you have a leader who is spewing misinformation, and that puts the lives of people at risk. So that brings us to the idea of, what should governments do about it? The World Health Organization says that the governments, in order to curb the spread of COVID-19, they also need to stop this infodemic spread and do their best effort, because once people believe that this is a real disease, they're going to get vaccinated, and hopefully we can achieve herd immunity and stop the spread. And moreover, each government has the duty to keep its citizens informed about the latest information so they can be safe. And that leads us to the topic of e-governments, which is kind of the topic of our research. So e-governments is basically the use of technology to more effectively and efficiently deliver government services to citizens and businesses. And the parameters that we chose to assess each e-government was determining how easy the site was to use, whether it looks professional, and whether the site was constantly updated, which is especially important given how ever-changing COVID-19 is. So now let's do a quick overview of what the governments of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore are doing. So in Indonesia, they created a social media campaign and introduced new regulation. In Malaysia, they increased jail time for people who spread fake news about the pandemic. And in Singapore, they actually passed a law that gives the government a right to take down media. And some people may call that like silencing the media and taking away freedom of like speech and freedom of media. But in this situation, it's very important. So the Indonesian government, more about their social media campaign, it's called Aduan Konten, which means content complaining, and it gives people the chance to report fake news and negative content, and is spearheaded by the Ministry of Communication Information, who plays a role in combating false information. So this is an example of the Aduan Konten, the website that you guys can check. So as you can see, it has like what social medias are spreading the hoaxes regarding COVID-19. So more about the COVID-19 statistics from the Indonesian government websites. The cases are reported daily and updated daily. There's a lot of educational material available, but it was hard for us to find, but there are a lot of graphics and videos. And there's also good information about vaccines that people can learn from. So our overall assessment is that it's easy to navigate, it looks professional, and it's updated daily, which is very important during these times. So for the Malaysian government, the Ministry of Health is very active in combating misinformation. So there was an article in Malaysia that was circulating that there's 5 teenagers who died after getting the vaccine, but that was actually turned out to be false because some of these people hadn't even gotten the vaccine before they died. So the Ministry of Health put out a statement about that. And moreover, their website provides information related to COVID-19 each state. But although this is good, it's kind of the way that they have it laid out makes it kind of hard to understand. So as you can see, it's kind of hard to interpret with the color choices. So that knocked them down a bit. So in terms of the COVID statistics, they're broken down into states and include hospitalization numbers. There's a lot of educational material available, but it's kind of crowded. As you can see, there's a lot of videos. So again, that knocked them some points. And in terms of vaccinations, it wasn't easy to find statistics of the vaccines and which vaccines people are getting. So our overall assessment is that it's difficult to navigate, it's too crowded, but on the bright side, it is updated daily with dates. So lastly, we'll be highlighting the Singaporean government, and their Ministry of Health is very active in addressing false information. And they created a page called Falsehood and Clarification. So as you can see, they have like, okay, this is a fact versus like, okay, this is fake news, which is really good so people know. And it's really easy. It's really easy for people to understand the interface as well. So in terms of the COVID statistics, they included daily information, but compared to the other two, they actually included whether people needed oxygen or an ICU, how many beds were used, which added to more information and is more detailed. And again, they had extensive educational material. And in terms of the vaccinations, they listed the possible adverse effects, which was not listed on either Malaysia or Indonesia's website. So our overall assessment is that it's easy to navigate, it's detailed, and it's constantly updated. So as a whole, our overall assessment is that indeed the Singaporean government had the most comprehensive information. As stated before, they listed the adverse effects, which is not listed, and they also listed the oxygen use and the number of ICU beds which were used, which was not found on the other two countries. And in Singapore and Malaysia, the Ministry of Health is involved and spearheads the COVID-19 information spreading, whereas in Indonesia, the Ministry of Communication is involved. And overall, the three countries are doing their best in fighting the infodemic, and we understand that this is a hard time for all countries. And so the UN has an e-government index, which lists how successful each country is in distributing information through technology. And Singapore was listed as the highest in terms of the three countries. It went Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. But based on our assessment and based on our research, we believe that Indonesia had a better COVID-19 website because it was easier to interpret and it had more information. So that concludes my presentation. Hopefully you guys learned something, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Isan, for very, very nice presentations, very good informations about the infodemic. I think this is new term for me. So, so I feel there is an epidemic or pandemic in information too, which can be really bad for some people. Okay, so I will open the question and answer forum for everyone in the room. You can unmute your microphone to give questions or comment.
Yes, Iksan, just a quick question regarding for those infodemic website. So what is the common people can do to make sure that they end up in the right website? Is there any like a checklist or there's an indicator that they can rely on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a really good question, actually. First, obviously, we didn't make a list of what people can do, but I think the number one thing is going to a government website. So like a .gov, or for Indonesia, so .id maybe. I think that's the best way that they can get specific information to their country. And yeah, that's also, Omdi put a good website as well to fight the hoax. But also people, because I think a lot of the misinformation is spread through WhatsApp. So making sure people don't take everything that they see on face value is also very important. And lastly, I think the government themselves, they have a duty, and they need to educate people. They need to increase media literacy. I think that's one of the things that is lacking, and one of the things that the governments can improve on to hopefully keep people safe.
Awesome. Thank you, Ihsan.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question, Ihsan. So have you compared, further about the results of this government website that try to control this information? Like, for example, from the hesitancy of people in these 3 different countries. Have you had that, information?
Yeah, that's also a good question. So for this study, we didn't. We were just looking at what the government is doing to combat the false information and how they can, educate the people. But hopefully in the future we can expand that to see, because it's obviously, and you said in the keynote speech they'll also be speaking about that. So maybe if we can do this in the future, we can expand and learn about the hesitancy and whether people, I guess, believe in it or not.
Okay,
One more quick question regarding for the website. This is mostly the people that pull the information from the website. During your research, have you found if the government also kind active doing push the data into the social media?
So in terms of like the statistics about like vaccination numbers and stuff like that, or about
anything related to the COVID-19?
Oh yeah. So especially for Indonesia, in aside from the one that I touched on, they also are very active in combating the false information. So last year I actually did a presentation about that as well. So we found that on Instagram, actually, they would post a lot of like, okay, so this is like the hoax, and then they're like, this is real or not. And then they would also put a lot of COVID-19 statistics so people actually learn from it. I'm pretty sure it's on the Indonesia. They have a specific COVID-19 social media account. So they are doing a lot of social media campaigns to combat this pandemic as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we will maybe hear that information on the next presentation. Okay, so we'll do some about paradox, about the information also will be maybe discussed in the next presentation. Okay, let's give applause for Ihsan and his dad. Okay, so we will go to the last presentation for today, which is Pak Muhsin and Ibu Tricia Wulandari. The topic is global paradox in the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic. Pak Muhsin or Ibu Tricia, are you ready? Your time is yours.
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Sorry, I cannot show my face because my camera is broken. Pak Agus, yeah. The first, I would like to thank the moderators who have give me the time of opportunity. And the second, introduce me from Sanggabuana University in Bandung City, and my friend Tresia Wulandari from Pasundan University in Bandung City. And third, allow me to present my paper entitled "The Global Paradox in the Reality of the COVID-19 Pandemic." The COVID-19 pandemic, apart from disrupting all risk of life, has also give birth to a global paradox in all aspects. Human in the universe are made to move and must follow the will of the virus, because if they try to fight it, it's not impossible that a very terrible mass deed will soon befall. The global paradox affairs in various fields of life, ranging room, religious, ritual, social, economic, political, and so on. Some of the COVID paradox state, if you love relatives, don't visit. If you love your parents, don't go home. Some of the government's politics in dealing with COVID are also considered paradoxal, such a free entry and exit of foreign when people are restricted in their movement during PPKM. Processing Habib Rizik Syihab law in Crow case, while the same case carried out by official and artists are not processed. There are global paradox COVID the in government. The government is required to be able to balance between stepping on the gas or stepping on the brakes. The second in politics. And then in socio-religious, there are many paradox in the socio-religious religious file. At the time, the Saudi Arabian government closed the Hajj and Umrah for pilgrim from all over the world. And then promotion, there is also a very ridiculous paradox, namely the promotion of Bipang Ambawang by President Jokowi to Muslim who will celebrate Idul Fitri. And then in the people, when in addition and observable to homecoming, jargon file with paradox were also socialized. If you love your family, don't go home. If you miss and love your parents, don't meet them. And finally, we there also a very painful paradox of life, namely in the increase of official during the pandemic, in decreasing number of poor people. And the conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has given rise to various paradoxes of life. The world community is now required to be able to adapt to these paradoxes. Citizens and of the world are required to be able to carry out in the habit adaptation and must accept the consistent of COVID-19. A number of these paradoxes will be considered normal in the future. Thank you, Mr. Agus. I think enough my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, before you close, can you go back to the methodology? I think we would like to see the
methodology.
Methodology of this study.
Yes.
Thank you.
This study use qualitative research method. This research method is a method that expands the aspect of in-depth understanding of a problem rather than looking at the problem for generalization research. This research method refers to as in-depth analysis technique, namely examining problem on a case-by-case basis, because qualitative methodologies believe that the nature of a problem will be different from the nature of other problem. The purpose of the methodology is not a generalization, but in-depth understanding of a problem. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Agus.
Okay, thank you, Pak Muhsin, for these presentations. So I think this is a kind of the qualitative informations about some. It's actually touching some, politics, religious, and also, community-based information on this case. And this is the one that Mas Ihsan talk about, some information that, available in the media. So I think I will open the forum for question and answer. Anybody have questions or maybe comment for this presentation? Okay, unmute your microphone if you want to give the questions or maybe comment. If not, I have questions, Pak Muhsin. And I think in your presentation today, you don't really give us the data or any, I know this is qualitative, but at least there is information that also give us the idea whether this paradox is really true or just misinformations, or maybe you can also explain what or why the reason why we have this kind of such a paradox in our media or in in information. So maybe you can kind of widen your informations or your presentations over this. Unmute your microphone. Is Pak Muhsin still here?
Disconnect kali.
Okay, so Ibu Tresia also not here. Okay, anybody have comment or kind of informations about this kind of paradox, or maybe Ihsan and Pak Halbana, because this is part of your presentation, part of your study actually. Do you see any reason why people spread this kind of information over the media?
You mean this information?
Yeah, because this paradox is actually mostly it is the one that you talk about. Misinformation is not really true information. Can maybe in your study you have gotten information about why people's, spread the information that is not correct.
Yeah, I think there are several motivation, right? For example, especially coming from the corner of the conspiracy theories, right? There are maybe monetary reason, right? If you create something, it's getting viral, you will getting famous. If they click your YouTube channel, then maybe you get, this is, the more clicking that you get, the more reward that you get, right? So this is one motivation. The other maybe to, especially in the US, right? So it's people make money out of it. Right? If you know the InfoWar, Alex, who's the guy named, who just recently lost the case for the Sandy Hook. So he created this, what called InfoWars, and he got rich out of it, right? And of course, there is another factor that, people, false information related to, I don't know, maybe to religious, right? Because a lot of religious, in certain religious, sect, maybe they are not very, they are not welcoming the vaccination, right? Because maybe this is, people use whatever, they use like, they say they use like abortion something to create this vaccine, something like that, right? So it's a lot of motivation and a lot of factors that make people spread this kind of information. And also people normally in social media, when they get something, they don't try to verify, they just share, and then of course, it's getting viral easily.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that as well. And then I'd also like to add, I think people, they spread misinformation because like they want more people to, they want to generate more traction for their movement. They want more people to like be brainwashed and think like them. So this basically, they just want to enforce their views on other people's.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Halbana and Mas Ihsan. Let's see, what is the time now? It is 8:36. I think that's all the presentation that we have. Let's give applause for the last presentation, even though he's not in the room right now. Okay, so Mbak Aya, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just a reminder for all the presenters, don't forget to contact the the organizer about the paper. I believe there will be information letter at the end of this conference about how about your papers, when it's going to be published, etc. So the the committee, the organizer will give you information about that. And also don't forget, stay tuned until the end of this conference. You're going to listen to very nice information about next year place for this conference, which is going to be online. Okay, it's not online. Inshallah, it will be online in Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh is the very beautiful city. It's known as a city of bridges because there are so many bridges in Pittsburgh. So, okay, so try to save some money to come to Pittsburgh next year. Okay, so Mbak Aya, and also I would like to ask your forgiveness. I'm sorry if there is some not a good, moderation for this presentation and this session. And then again, I will give the time for organizer Mbak Aya to continue the program.
Thank you, Pak Agus. And it's an excellent moderator and also excellent attendees. And I say excellent attendees because there was an issue earlier in room C, because at that time, in my time, 7 a.m., but at Pak Jimmy's time, it's just after Subuh. So he might still be in the mosque. So because I didn't really read, aware with the different time change. So I apologize for that. And for those who haven't met Mas Jimmy, he's the one who looked like Pak Kiai over there, who waved his hand, and I didn't introduce him earlier too. And
I apologize.
Yeah, and then that would mean later on, after the keynote speakers, anybody who present in room 1C you still go to room 1C, not 1E. And our keynote speaker will start speaking at 8:45, but I want to greet a few people. I've seen Dr. Margaret Sutton here, one of our lawyer member from Indiana University. I'm glad you could join it, and also Pak Halbana Tarmizi also. So I just want to say hello because I didn't see you earlier. And I noticed that our keynote speakers are already here. You know, Professor Dr. Anggito Abimanyu is here too, and Professor Dr. Berenschot Ward is also here. So, you know, without waiting until 8:45, because I bet there are so many people who are eager to ask to our three keynote speakers, including Dr. Muhammad Kanu. So I'm going to start asking Pak Nur Siswarharjo to introduce Dr. Anggito Abimanyu. Pak Nur?
Okay, thank you, Baya. Allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Anggito Abimanyu. He attained his terminal degree in public policy and energy management at the University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. And he has several various job experience. One is the Center for Policy Study, Indoconsult Jakarta. He was a research staff. And then he was, right now, and since '87, he is the lecturer, Gajah Mada University, in the economic and business studies. And then from 1990 to 2000, he was a member of the Advisory Council to the President of Republik Indonesia. And then from 2000 to 2010, he was the expert staff and head of Fiscal and Budget Policy Office at the Minister of Finance. And then from 2004 to 2008, he was commissioner of BII and Bank Lipo, and then also commissioner of the PT Telkom. And then from 2010 to 2012, he was a faculty of economic, Gajah Mada University, as a head at research and in economics and business study. And then from 2012 and until 2014, he was he was the religious in the Ministry of Religious Affairs. He was working in the Directorate of the Hajj and Umrah. And then from 2014 to 2017, he was a chief economist at Bank Rakyat Indonesia. And then from 15 to 17, he was a commissioner of BRI Syariah. And then from 2017 until now, he is a chairman of the Hajj Fund Agency. So basically, he has a very, very long expertise in the finance and then and the monetary area. So without further ado, the floor is yours, Dr. Anggito.
Terima kasih Pak Nur Siswa. Good morning for those who's in the US, and good evening for colleagues staying at the UK, and certainly is a good evening also from those who live in Jakarta and surrounding area. Thank you so much, Pak Nur, for your long introductions. My background is quite unique because I'm an economist, but I also learned the Sharia finance, and I served quite a number of years at the Ministry of Religious Affairs but again, I'm a pure economist who spent about 7 years at Pennsylvania, surrounding nearby Pittsburgh. I stay at Pittsburgh, I visited at Pittsburgh for so many different visits. And I'm now, besides my full-time job at the Professors of Economics at Gajah Mada University, I also chair the Hedge Fund Management Agency, manage a huge chunk of asset from those who already waiting list for Hajj, and the total asset now is more than 10 billion US dollars. Those funds was quite significant to improve the quality of Hajj and Umrah, and also from the benefit of Ummah in Indonesia. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity and invite these meetings on this Indonesian focus. The title is quite unique, it's quite timely for us to discuss. Let me thanks for this occasion to Dr. Nurhayah Mukhtar, who, I'm not mistaken, is the counterpart or the chairman of this event, and also thanks to my colleagues, Pak Pribadi Kardono, who's constantly WhatsApp me and reminding me of this event since 6 months ago, ya Pak Didi ya. Thank you so much for keep hanging me to make the time available for this meeting. I really thanks for your generous invitation. And this group, the ASIRPA, the Asian Society for International Relations and Public Affairs, certainly I'd like to thanks for these occasions. I'm wearing batik now because today is the batik day. I'm wearing a batik Cirebon. It's the Megamendung motif. It's identical batik artwork and even and the iconic of resemble clouds, with assertive colors. So again, we celebrate the batik day today. For those who don't wear batik, please change your costumes to become a batik day. Again, thank you so much for making the time. I've seen some familiar faces as well. I've seen Bu Ati, Professor Ati, and then Pak Chungki, who happens to be my friends of my wife. Pak Ati, apa kabar? You've been way too long. So I've seen her during his childhood when we were together in UGM campus and etc. You have not changed your face, so a familiar face to me. I noticed, this is like Bu Ati, I think I'm right. And I think your brother is also here, yeah, Mas Chungki. Is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Where is he now? Oh, he's here somewhere.
Mas Chungki.
Yeah, Mas Chungki. Yeah, terima kasih. I feel like I feel like it belongs to Jogja community as well. Now, okay, I'll have very short presentations. Hold it. I'm having difficulties to share screen. I don't know why, but let me try it again. Is Pak Didi bisa? Can you share screen?
Sure, will do. Okay.
Is that the latest one? Okay.
Yeah, the latest one. Yeah.
I have my stuff, but in Bogor there's a huge hujan, so there's a light off and so the internet off in Bogor area. So I haven't had any chance to speak to my staff. But anyway, my topic is quite simple and straightforward. Basically, we're talking about Indonesian focus or global focus today is how to resolve, how to overcome the pandemic situations, issue with regard to health, issue with regard to social issues and economic issue. The balance between the health issues and the economic issue is the focus of the global today. Some countries are able to overcome that. Some countries very lag behind. Very much dependent on the number of cases, number of vaccinated populations, where the country is really putting an effort on that. So it's basically this balance between the health and the economy. Some countries who relaxing or their protocols maybe experience some turbulence on the economy, like W shape. The Nouriel Rupini theory, the economy will pumping around, because of the COVID, and then the second phase of COVID, the third phase of COVID, we may be able to see it, but the countries now is really struggles to define their own. Indonesia today is in very good shape. You don't see much of the victims or the cases at the moment, but in Singapore, our neighbor country now is experiencing a hiccup of the number of cases increase. In KL, Malaysia as well. But Indonesia today I'm talking about today is in a very good shape. If you go around, number of COVID cases is nearly minimum, not to mention about variety of regions, but in general, in national wide, Indonesia in very good shape. No, that's a number. Pak Didi, bisa? Can you do that?
Yes, wait a second. Let me upload the. Wait a second.
I just get informed that my staff are unable to connect to the internet because of the light of the blackout nearby the Bogor area because of the rain, the heavy rain. Bisa, Pak Didi?
Okay.
Economists cannot speak without numbers. So if I don't have numbers, I cannot speak. Anyway.
Okay. Oh, here. Okay.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Didi ya. Okay, the topic is quite simple. How Indonesian economy responding to COVID. Basically, we have done a lot. Is that sufficient? I don't think so, because we have not reached 50% of the vaccinated populations, according to the rules that in order the country to survive, we need to achieve at least 60 to 70% of the vaccinated. Now, next, Pak Didi. Basically, economists respond to the crisis in different ways. There's a U-shape, normal time and then crisis time, deep and shallow, and then recover. There's a W-shape. If there's a new variant emerge, there's a slow vaccinations process. The country may face W-shape. There's a fast recovery, the V-shape. So also some countries are able to do that. There's some of the area of the US and Europe may be experiencing a fast recovery. There's a back to normal but gradual swash. There's a V but swash. And then there's a subnormal. Many countries now experiencing a subnormal, lower potential growth after the crisis, after the COVID. And there's a permanent damage because of countries unable to reform their economy. So basically, the key K-shaped recovery theory was being applied. Lanjut, Mas. Okay. Basically, if you look at Indonesian today, Indonesian economic recovery is follow the V-shape. This is true or not? It's not much research has been done in this area, but at least you could see there is some fall or subnormal V-shape. There's a tendency that Indonesia cannot sustain their growth if there's no extra effort. If you see the long-term history of Indonesia, we have experiencing the V-shape in 1998. There's a small W shape in 2008, and today we are in a subnormal of V shape. So these are the shape that we may have to learn and to see that where Indonesia is heading. I don't want to go into detail because this is not an economic seminar, but basically the tendency that follow the Robini theory, U shape, V shape, W shape was now being looked through that by a number of countries. Lanjut, next. where Indonesia is now facing. Indonesia is in still moderate phase. If you look at countries to countries comparison, the economic growth of Q2 2021, you look at that number is quite high because of we are comparing with the negative growth in the year before. So this is year-on-year basis. So don't shocked by the big number of the economic growth because we are looking at the year-on-year basis. Indonesia, but look at the numbers. Indonesia basically, if you compare peer-to-peer countries, Indonesia is still in moderate mode, even slower than most countries. So that's the Indonesian status today. Other countries can go faster. Some countries can reach double-digit economic growth. But again, this is don't misled by high growth, but because of the year-on-year methodology. It means Indonesia need to accelerate economic growth. If we don't accelerate our economy in the near future, then Indonesia will be lag behind. So what do we do from there? Next. Lanjut, Mas Didi. Yeah. Okay. Indonesia is also affected by the COVID-19 crisis. I took this from the Sakernas data from Bureau Pusat Statistik, Badan Pusat Statistik. Basically, 2021 is better than a year before. If you look at the unemployed, including the not in workforce and temporarily not working and employed with reduced working hours. If you look at that, a number of unemployed is relatively moderate, but the number of people who work reduced working hours is quite significant. This is in terms of number million of people. If you look at 20 million of people basically impacted by the crisis, by the COVID-19 crisis. So if you look at the percentage to working age populations, the number is declining but still remain high, compared to the normal time. So we need to do something to reduce the unemployment disruption that Indonesia is facing during the COVID-19. Next. But this is not because of the crisis itself. Indonesia is still facing, even before the COVID, the TFP, the total factor productivity, it's just productivity in general. Indonesia is keep falling, become the lowest in Asia. So I think this is the real homework that Indonesia has to look into it, not only because of this pandemic, but before pandemic, Indonesia is really lag behind in terms of productivity compared to other neighbor countries, like Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, even in China and India. Indonesia is very much, we're still looking at how to improve the productivity. The recovery gap is quite significant if we are not been able to catch up with other countries' experience. We are lucky because we are a natural-based economy. If the price of natural resources gone up, Indonesia very much a country which benefited from that. So, but that's no longer the case because there's not going to be a sustainable source of growth. The sustainable source of growth has to be coming from the TFP. Okay, next. Now, to improve our strong and sustainable economic recovery, Indonesia must adaptive and work harder. The COVID-19 certainly give us a lesson learned how to combat, how to minimize or to mitigate crisis, COVID, but also improve the growth momentum has to be maintained. And while we are providing a structural reform that required from us to entering the medium-term economic growth, we are has to really dig down inside on this structural reform and the implementation of law on job creation, Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, the Investment Management Agency, the sovereign wealth funds, and how to improve the risk-based approach that company has to face because of the risk of failures, particularly during this pandemic COVID-19, and increase investment and export competitiveness to create employment and sustainable economic recovery. In the structural reform, we have a number of issues to tackle: the educations, how to improve the intelligence, integrity, and to become innovative students that produced. On health issue, how to provide a good health for populations, productive resources, and good human resources as well. Lifetime social security, how to improve the purchasing power and to improve the prosperity of the population. We still have space to improve the infrastructure, how to improve the mobility, connectivity, and productivity of the infrastructure, including number of hard infrastructures that require technology. We are now benefiting from our improvement of our technology digital ecosystem. Digitalization is becoming day-to-day business. We improve the quality of SMEs. We also promoting the green technologies. Those is the homework that Indonesia has to do, besides improving or maintaining the growth momentum, structural reform, and also increasing the investment and export competitiveness. There's a lot of homework that to be done, certainly. Before COVID and now COVID, things are getting harder and more challenging. Lanjut, next. Now, specifically for the COVID, the government has already laid down some programs on health security, social security, climate resilience, and digital transformation. There are a number of indicative targets that Indonesian government has trying to achieve. You know, the number of booster vaccination, the procurement of COVID drugs, increasing the number of health facilities, rehabilitation of public health centers, etc., and the social security, for example, regular social security, pre-employment cards, labor-intensive program, etc., climate resilience, a number of construction along the north coast of Java, labor-intensive mangrove, energy, renewable energy, etc. And digital transformation is very important. Entrepreneurship program, infrastructure, data and security, massive literacy and training programs and SMEs, HR education, and promoting the digital ecosystem. Yet we are still in progress of providing basic infrastructures. Now, these are the programs that has been, I've taken this from Papanas blueprints. But again, these are not costly free, because we need to raise funds for promoting or make sure that all the programs are being managed. Next. Now the issue is, where do we finance this program? Like other countries, next, lanjutnya Pak Didi. Like other countries, Indonesia, unfortunately, we are suffering because our fiscal policy or position are not very strong compared to other countries. If you look at the government spending to GDP shares, Indonesia is considered to be the lowest in terms of shares. Government spending contribution to the economic growth, if you look at that, you know, before crisis, we are very much low government spending compared to economic growth. So we have, again, we have the structural homework, but we also have problems of how to use the limited fiscal space to finance these COVID-related activities. Lanjut, next. Next, Mas Didi. Now, like other countries, we are expanding deficit. Many countries experiencing wider, bigger deficits, you know, because we are certainly would like to boost the economy. The private sector is contracting. Now government has to take some leadership. This is the test of the government to lead the economy, you know, to lead the economy. Do we have a space? Yes, we do have space. Our fiscal prudence has been experiencing after crisis to 1998. Last year, we have had 6.1% of GDP deficit. So we borrow money because of we are unable to collect taxes from the private sectors because of the crisis, and we borrow the money from the market, which market give us some financing. So that's nice, okay. As a consequence of that, certainly we have to pay more debt. We have to attract more debt from domestic as well as from the foreign debt. So basically, but we have a nice program, medium terms. We want to return back our deficit for 3% by 2024. Whether this is achievable or not, depending on how far we can and how long this the COVID-19 will stay last. Hopefully, will not. So we've been able to restructure our economy, go back to the original track, pre-crisis level. Lanjut, next. Government debt also increased. This is consequences of this fiscal financing. There's a huge discussion on this, whether Indonesian government are overburdened with our debt situation. The answer is no. The answer is no, because we are being very prudent in our. Also, in terms of the amount, is big. So 6,570 trillion. 6,507 trillion. Is it big? Big number. But our GDP is bigger than that, much bigger than that. Our GDP is 12,000 trillion rupiah. So basically, can we manage the debt? Yes. If you look at that debt to GDP ratio, Indonesia is 39%. If you look at Singapore, Brazil, China, Malaysia, all has to extend their debt. They are extend their deficit. Now the problem is, do we have enough fiscal space? The answer is yes. How long gonna take? Well, it depends. If this COVID will continue, certainly it will be a burden for our, not only Indonesia, but also global. So we'll see what happens. But inshallah, that will manage prudently. Next. Lanjut. Now, the problem is this. We are manage our debt very prudently, but unfortunately, our tax collection is very low. If you look at that country comparison, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia is the lowest tax revenue collection. If you look at the tax revenue, if the right side with GDP per capita correlations, Indonesia is quite weak in terms of collecting tax. So again, this is our fundamental problems that we are facing. We rely so much on debt because of our tax collection to GDP is quite relatively low compared to other countries. This is our homework. I left Ministry of Finance in 2010. At that time, our tax to GDP collection is not that bad. There's some issues with regard to tax collection. After that, I really don't keep in touch on that. But I know some of the issue that the Indonesian facing need to be taking care of that. Next. Government spending is also suboptimal. If you look at the fiscal space that Indonesia have at the moment, is only small, 42%. So a real challenge is really to find financing from the government to finance COVID-19. You know, if you look at that, we have to allocate 11% for spending for debt interest. We have to finance around 1% to Aceh and Papua. We have to allocate 21% for our regional spending. We have to spend 5% of the required health spending, only required, not on top of that because of the COVID, and education because of the law that required us to allocate 20% of the national education system. We have limited really to the law. Next. Now, finally, I want to conclude. There's a lot of discussion with that, but let me just conclude by saying the 6 points to make. Indonesia is like other countries, heavily impacted by the pandemic, COVID-19. You know, we are not alone. It's a global phenomenon. It's a pandemic situation. And in 2020, when first hit by this COVID-19, the cases has been skyrocketing. The economy is contracted by 2.3%. We are experiencing lower mobility index. Our rupiah has been unstable. We have to extend our deficit. We have to borrow money to finance our budget deficit, to finance COVID-related activities. 2021, the recovery process has been taking place. We are better than last year in a slow pace because of there's a variant of Delta emerged, the slow vaccination process, but thank God, alhamdulillah, and the Q3 2021, the economic activity is picking up. Has a sign of early recovery due to the good progress in vaccination to the population and the selected lockdown policy at the PPKM. The economy needs to transform. This is a huge homework. Before COVID and also now COVID, it is adopting of digitalization for the financial transaction, including the SMEs, support or investment and export via implementation of the law on job creations, and increase the productivity. Now, the productivity has to be increased. The education system, which as a result of the productivity has to be a priority. The transformation program requires government policy and Bank Indonesia support to finance the program. There's a good policy by the FSA, the OJK, and has contributed to the easing of banking regulation to enable banks to restructure their debt and providing financial to real sectors. Unfortunately, we have a huge homework on the fiscal policy reform. We have witnessed that post-1998 crisis, the fiscal policy has been very prudent, but in the last 5 years, the tax revenue collection has been weakened due to the various reasons. The tax to GDP ratio, the pre-crisis level has been lowest among ASEAN and even some in African emerging countries. The low tax to GDP put pressure on the higher debt to GDP ratio as a source financing of COVID, fair budget, including the economic transformation, digitalizations of real sectors in Indonesia. I mean, there's a need conduct to a comprehensive tax reform to support economic growth during and post-COVID. Terima kasih Pak Nur and the audience for listening to my presentation. I look forward to have an active discussion. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Anggito Abimanyu, and I think I have not only me. There might be a lot of people who are curious with this topic. So please feel free to put your questions in the chat because we will wait and hold all of the Q&A until the end. So some of the areas may be related to tax, debt, unemployment, and slow vaccination. Some of them you can put that in the chat. And then as a moderator, I'm going to read at the end some of the questions so then all the three keynote speakers will be able to respond right away. Okay, thank you for your understanding. So moving from Dr. Abimanyu, that surprisingly used to live in Pittsburgh. So maybe this is another reason for you to visit us next year because we're having the conference in person, hopefully in University of Pittsburgh. Okay. And so we're very excited to introduce the second speaker. And I say we're very excited because a lot of time in the past, we mainly focus on inviting keynote speaker from Indonesia and the US. And we thought of having, and we know that the Netherlands, has a great and reputable and then researchers who are dedicated to study development of social issues in Indonesia. And also, so our keynote speaker after this is Dr. Berenschot Ward. And Dr. Berenschot Ward is a professor of comparative political anthropology at the University of Amsterdam. And also a senior researcher at KITLV, I'm sorry. And his research focuses on politics And I think this is also to point out that we have a few presenters here, not only focusing on Indonesia, but there are also some focusing on India. So Dr. Ward also conducted studies in the past related to both Indonesia and India. And his focus especially on the role of money and informality in election campaigns. In addition to that, he also studies the character of civil society and citizenship in Indonesia and India. And so far, Dr. Ward has been involved in efforts to promote legal aid in Indonesia, particularly in relation to land conflicts sparked by palm oil expansion. So I think this is also where we can connect politics and Indonesia and economy in the context of Indonesia. So Dr. Ward graduated in the from the University of Amsterdam, and his dissertation focused on Hindu-Muslim violence in India. So recently, I think, he wrote a few books. The one that was published in 2011 was on Riot Politics, Hindu-Muslim Violence, and the Indian State. And the one that is related to Indonesia was published in 2019 on Democracy for Sale, Elections, Clientelism, and the State in Indonesia. So periodically, Dr. Ward also update and write his opinion and his writing on informalpolitics.org. So while we listen to him, feel free to look at his website and then write your question in the chat, as well as for Dr. Abimanyu. Dr. Ward, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Aya, and good morning, afternoon, and evening to all of you. Thank you for inviting me. I really enjoy the occasion to meet and discuss things with you. As many of you, I've not been able to return to Indonesia due to the corona pandemic for quite some time now. So for me, this is always a great occasion to also to be in touch, and realizing I'm so much out of touch that I didn't realize it is Batik Day today. So my apologies to Professor Abimanyu for not wearing batik today. And I was particularly liking his batik, so I'll do better next time. So let me share my screen. I'm going to indeed talk about politics and about Indonesia's democracy. I'm a political anthropologist, which means my field of study is really studying elections and politics from up close, which I've done particularly in 2013 and 2014, when I traveled between Lampung, Central Kalimantan, and Tangerang to immerse myself in a whole range of election campaigns for district heads, parliaments, and presidential elections. And these experiences led to, indeed, the book that Ibu Aya already mentioned, Democracy for Sale. And today I want to go a bit further beyond that book and reflect on the conclusions of the book and discuss what gradually dawned on me as a kind of uncomfortable truth that came out of that research. And that uncomfortable truth is that, broadly speaking, that democracy as it's practiced today in Indonesia has not been conducive to good governance. That it has not been conducive to building a better government. It has not been conducive to tackling corruption, and democracy has not been conducive to strengthening the rule of law in Indonesia, and even generally not conducive to fostering equality and social justice. And the issue here is that this tendency of democracy to undermine governance is not due to the selfishness or silliness of particular politicians, although there's plenty of that. No, the problem is that it's a key ingredient of democracy itself, elections, which is undermining governance in Indonesia. And that is because of a particular conundrum in which Indonesia finds itself, and a conundrum that I will call and explain later on the informality trap. Now, why would we say that democracy is undermining governance in Indonesia at the moment? Of course, some of the reasons to think that would come from the newspaper. If we would regularly read the news, we would keep coming across news reports about politicians being arrested or fined for corruption, and it seemed as if people that politics is such a corrupting business that once you get in touch with it, you end up being accused by KPK, which ironically, and that's a second sign that something is off, that chance of being accused by KPK has reduced recently. As of this week, 57 employees of KPK have been laid off for dubious reasons, which in itself seems to be maybe something of these politicians hitting back at KPK and not enjoying the constraints that the KPK put on them. Anyway, it's a dubious sign. But if we would look and say, let's look at indicators of how governance of Indonesia is doing. This is difficult, but there are people that try to make global indicators of quality of governance around the world, and one of them is the World Governance Indicators, and you can look them up. Now, what we find there is that basically Indonesia, in terms of governance, is not doing much better than it was during Suharto's period. If you look at regulatory capacity, as you see, it really steadily declined after the fall of Suharto and is now basically back at the level where it was before. When we look at the rule of law, same pattern, basically. Corruption, things seem to have been looking up as level of corruption went down a bit. But then in recent years, the scores have been declining markedly, and now Indonesia is back at the level it was in 2007. And still, if we look at say the indicators that Transparency International makes, they do this corruption perception index, we see that Indonesia is not scoring very, very well. So what's going on? Why is Indonesia's democracy not seeing any marked improvement in terms of governance and maybe even deterioration? The reason why we would expect an improvement is that something which you might call the principal agent model. It's just a way of it's one way of legitimizing or a theory behind why democracy should improve governance, and that is that democracy strengthens voters and enables them to keep a check on and to discipline both politicians and bureaucrats. And because of empowering voters, the idea is here that both bureaucrats and politicians would have an incentive to behave better, fearing punishment from voters. And then gradually their behavior would improve in such a way that they would do more efforts to provide better services to people. They would be more fearful of engaging in corruption, and they would be more likely to follow laws and procedures. This is what has been called the principal agent model behind democracy. This is why democracy should, in theory, improve governance. But somehow that it seems that this model is not working, and I want to focus my talk on what might be wrong with this model. To start this kind of exploration of this question, I want to do what, as a political anthropologist, I always do, is to take you to the ground and to particular election campaigns. I've picked this one. In 2015, I went to Central Kalimantan, where I do a lot of research, to study the gubernatorial elections between Sugianto Sabran and Willy Joseph. And I was particularly interested in this campaign because these elections took place at a moment of crisis. You might remember the haze that was at that time floating all over Indonesia, and particularly Central Kalimantan, where there were widespread forest fires, which basically blanket the whole area in this kind of yellow smoke. People were forced to stay indoors for 2-3 months, and friends of mine had taped the doors and windows of their houses to keep the poisonous gas out. So sickening it was, and there were people dying in the hospitals, and they were overflowing because of this haze. So when I arrived, that haze had largely lifted, but just 2 months before that. So I expected a campaign that would be revolve around how to deal with such a crisis. Why did these fires happen? Why do they keep on happening? And what should the government do about it? I was attending speeches of Sabran and Joseph, expecting that this would be a key theme. But actually, it turned out elections were not at all about discussing this problem. Actually, they were not discussing much policy problem at all. A lot of the campaign was about who was supporting the Javanese community, who was supporting the Dayak community, who was Muslim, and there was the Christian background of the other candidate. And as it turned out, a lot was actually about handing out money. A lot of voters received 200,000 rupiah per kakak, per family, which seemed to have had an effect. Actually, it also turned out that in the end, the winning candidate, Sugianto Sabran, at that moment was kind of a last-minute surprise candidate, not because he was seen as such a compelling candidate. Actually, before that, he was just a minor palm oil businessman, but because his uncle, Abdul Rashid, a big tycoon in the area, because his uncle donated a larger sum of money to Gerindra in exchange for supporting him as their candidate, which led one other candidate to fall out. So a lot of money seems to be actually shaping who won the elections, and not the ideas for how to tackle such a problem. Now, this might not be a conclusion that surprises you, because the phenomena of Serangan Fajar is prominent in discussions about politics and of the experience of people who follow election campaigns. In research of my colleague Burhan Muhtadi, who does opinion surveys, he surveyed people and found that the percentage of people reporting to have received money during election campaigns has been steadily going up to reaching 33% of his informants, which is extremely high. And it's even on an international level, it is very high. It makes Indonesia score among the highest level, the countries of most intense vote buying in the world. Obviously, a worrisome trend. And vote buying is an example of a practice which political scientists call clientelism, which is the practice of exchanging personal favors for electoral support. And such a personal favor is money, but it's just one example of a clientelistic exchange. You could also, for example, promise to give a new road or a new mosque to a village in exchange for a lot of votes from that village. Or a businessman might be donating campaign money to a politician in exchange for getting a business permit or a license. So clientelism is about exchanging a range of personal favors for different forms of electoral support. Back in 2014, I did a study on how common such clientelistic practices are across Indonesia. And what we did was, with a group of researchers from different universities, we interviewed observers of local politics, journalists, academics, and NGO activists. And we asked them questions about clientelism. For example, we asked of all the higher echelon civil servants, how many, what percentage would you estimate received their position as in return for supporting the district head during election campaigns? So a kind of perception of how common such clientelistic exchange is, in this case, exchanging a promotion for campaign support. And we found that clientelism is common across Indonesia, but not to the same extent. So you see, generally speaking, levels of clientelism low in West, Middle, and East Java, particularly the cities, but higher in Sumatra and particularly high in Kalimantan and Eastern Indonesia. Now, in itself, that might be just which it is. It's just one way of attracting voters. You might say, one politician attracts voters with visi dan misi, and the others with personal favors. Nothing wrong with it. But what the issue is, and why it's worrisome, is that it affects governance. That it affects the way in which the government works. And that brings me to what I'm calling the informality trap. Clientelism affects governance because in order for politicians to be able to give personal favors to voters, to give money or contracts or jobs, politicians have to get their hands on these favors. That means they either have to get money or they have to control the jobs that are awarded in the government, or they have to influence how contracts are handed out to businessmen, or how licenses are given, or how projects are giving out, which was a thing I just study in detail, this mine project, this playing of projects, that was really a key element of local politics. So what you see happening is that because of clientelistic voters, politicians start to play with state resources, and while doing that, actually undermine the capacity of the state to implement regulation in an impersonal way or follow the rule of law. And actually, to recover the money that they have to spend on vote buying, they have to engage in corruption. And here, it's important to emphasize that we tend to accuse politicians of being selfish and greedy, which some of them are. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that it's very difficult to be in politics, to be an Indonesian politician at this moment. Well, on the one hand, you have this demand to spend money, and you have to do this to be successful, and at the same time not be corrupt. That's difficult because you have considerable expenses that you need to recover. So what you get then is that these political strategies undermine the capacity of the state to implement regulation, and it generates corruption, and that's why I'm calling this a informality trap, which again influences the perception of voters, which gives them the impression that these politicians are just about the money. And in any case, if you want to get things done in politics, you need close connections to power holders. But it also gives the impression that the visi dan misi of politicians is really not very relevant because it will not be implemented. So you get clientelistic voters and the whole circle starts again. You might call this lingkaran setan, a vicious circle that Indonesia finds itself in. And you might recognize it, and I guess some of you have, if you would talk to politicians who actually none of them are particularly happy with the political system that they're participating in. Many of them complain and say that voters are asking the impossible of them, and they complain about the money that they have to spend. But if you look at it from this circle that I'm trying to argue for here, you see that also voters cannot really do differently. They have to at least get something out of the elections as they perceive it, and they realize that they cannot expect much benefit from visi dan misi and policy promises. So they become materially oriented. It's not weird. So basically the situation that Indonesia finds us in is a massive collective action problem where everybody might want to get away from this kind of informality. But for each actor, from politicians, from bureaucrats, for voters, there is a risk and there's a cost involved, a risk of losing your job or a risk of losing important connections or losing in elections. So how to deal with this? Well, just one brief illustration, because I should not talk too long, but another nice illustration of this is when I was studying campaigns in Lampung, and I found that all these bureaucrats were actually very active in supporting the incumbent, which is illegal. Civil servants are not allowed to campaign for politicians, but this happens a lot because it is a strategic act to boost your career as a civil servant. And indeed, I remember interviewing one civil servant who said, you should talk to my senior, he knows a lot about politics here. So we went there with his car, driving there, and the interview completely failed because the senior bureaucrat was very close and did not want to talk. And I didn't understand what was going on. I never experienced an interview that went so off and that was so unpleasant. And I only realized what happened afterwards when I was admiring the garden of his house. He said, yeah, well, you can buy this house if you want, it's for sale. And I looked at him surprised, and he said, yes, I have recently been the non-jobkan. I have been removed from my post, so I cannot hold for this house anymore. And then I realized that my other more junior bureaucratic friend had actually been rubbing salt in the wound of this senior bureaucrat, because he had taken over the position of that senior person, and he had actually taken the mobile dinas, the car from the office, to take me there. And he had gotten that position because he had supported the newly Bupati during the election campaigns, which got him promoted. And the senior guy, he had supported the losing candidate. So what we see here is an example of how elections undermine bureaucratic capacity, that it leads politicians to promote people not on basis of their capacity, but rather on the basis of their loyalty, which is a very concrete example of how democracy is undermining governance currently in Indonesia. So this was the you might say the somewhat depressing part of my talk, but now I'm coming to a more optimist part, because the question, of course, is, if I convinced you of this, that democracy is undermining governance, how should we deal with it? There are basically three answers, and two of them are wrong. One would be to say, look, this is just, we have to wait it out. This is, democracy is just 23 years old in Indonesia. It will solve itself. Gradually, voters will vote for better politicians, and politicians will vote better, and it will get solved. That was my position until recently. But then I realized that we don't have that time. And that's because of the emergence of the second type of solution. And that is the emergence of politicians who say, look, it's such a mess. This democracy is such a mess, so much corruption. We need to be strict, and we need to take action to stop this kind of corruption. And that means support for rolling back democracy and undermining democratic freedoms and stopping elections. And in my view, the emergence of leaders like Duterte or Bolsonaro or Modi, as well as an increasing authoritarian turn in Indonesia itself, is due to this kind of frustration with democracy. And this is why we cannot wait for this problem to solve itself, and why I feel we should be thinking about the third type of answer to this problem. And that is engaging with the incentives that are currently there, acknowledging that some of them are negative, and engaging in reform and reforming Indonesia's electoral system, in particularly to reduce the costs of election campaigns, which are so sky high at the moment, making it cheaper for people to participate in elections, so that the reason for corruption, the incentive for corruption goes down, but also making it easier for good people to get elected. Now, what would that look like? First of all, it would require us to look at what makes elections expensive, what is creating these high-cost elections, and seeing that some of these things, and I list them here on this slide, are actually not forces of nature or something that just happens to overcome to happen in Indonesia. There are actually aspects of Indonesia's electoral system that make campaigns more expensive than they need to be. Election campaigns will always cost money and they will always be expensive, but they don't need to be this expensive as they are now for politicians. So what we can do is address particularly these four sources of costs by engaging in certain reforms. And here I list a few that I think are very beneficial to think about. For example, to focus first on this first point, studying election campaigns and going around with politicians actually executing vote buying and handing out envelopes, I've always been surprised how easy it is. And this is coming from somebody who I also studied elections in India, where you have these politicians there, we're always looking around over their shoulder if they do not see the Indian Bawaslu he was patrolling with cars and they would be stopping other cars and opening the trunk, and if they found money or alcohol there, they would be immediately seizing it and arresting people. In Indonesia, the Supervisory Commission, the Bawaslu, usually doesn't have that capacity to do it. And even if they would be monitoring, the legal framework even makes it very difficult in Indonesia to arrest and convict somebody for vote buying. So that is something that could very easily be done. But also, and that's the second bullet point here, another thing to think about is the reform of the electoral system. Currently, the number of elections, the open party lists, and as well this need for saksi is all making elections very expensive. And one idea that I've been promoting over these last 2-3 years, for example, has been to reduce the number of elections by integrating Pilkada with the DPRD, the Pileg elections, by having one local area election with as a kind of provision that the candidate, the number one, the candidate on the top of the list of the biggest party would automatically become a district head. So you would integrate this election into one, and in the process make also political parties stronger and give a more of a profile to political parties. And this is just one idea. My point here of my talk here today is not to promote this particular idea, but rather to promote the idea to bring my colleagues, political science people in Indonesia together, who I've been a lot of discussion on this, and who are all similarly concerned as I am, and build a commission and have them build a certain proposal for a reform that could reduce the cost of elections. And in that doing so, that would really be a major step towards strengthening governance and reducing corruption in Indonesia. And it would be that kind of smart engagement with the incentives that politicians currently face that I would feel is the way that Indonesia could get out of the informality trap that I was sketching just now. So with that idea, I'll leave it, and I look forward to discussing these ideas with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. And I think for all of us, even though Dr. Ward said that he was a little bit untouched because of the COVID, but I think for many of us, the topic as well, maybe it's not really familiar with many of us because of his focus in the region as well. So regional and then national politics, that's important. So we're looking forward for your question. And then just like what you did for Dr. Abimanyu, please put it on the chat. And then we will read your question for Dr. Ward after all the presentation has been completed. So the third presenter will be Dr. Muhammad Kanu, who will talk about vaccine hesitancy, cultural diversity, and compliance with public health guidelines for a healthy and prosperous world. And Mas Jimmy Ardiansah will specifically introduce Dr. Muhammad Kanu. Okay, Mas Jimmy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raya, appreciate. And again, apologize for early glitch this morning. So it's an honor for me to introduce Dr. Kanu. All right, so Dr. Muhammad Kanu is a professor and a former director of a Master of Public Health program at the Tennessee State University here in the United States. So he received his doctorate and his master degree in public health from San Luis University and his second master degree in anthropology from the University of Memphis. Again, Professor Kanu has been published, has been a professional, has been a public health professional in the past 15 years. So he authored, co-authored, published and an unpublished report, as well as monogram and several peer-reviewed journal article and books chapter. So his current book titled Culture Competency in Health Sector in Ebola Affected Country, currently in press. He also served as the inaugural director of Master of Public Health Program at TSU, or Tennessee University, from 2009 to December 2018. And apart from that, he also served beside service to the academic community as professor. Dr. Kanu also worked as a consultant, guest presenter, as well as a board member for a different organization. So some of his honor, including Tennessee State University Distinguished Research Award in 2008. He also a fellow of emerging leader in the public health at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and selected by his peer as the most outstanding fellow in his cohort in 2008. And in 2017, he served as a public health consultant to the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Sierra Leone on the health system strengthening and support by the World Bank. So Dr. Kanu is a public health academic, researcher, practitioner, and thought leader in the field of international public health and development. He also remained a committed and passionate advocate of the improvement health and well-being globally, because he believed in the pragmatic approach to deliver outcome and make positive difference in the life of the people, wherever they might be. So without any further ado, I present it to you, Dr. Muhammad Kanu. Dr. Kanu, the floor is yours.
All right. Make sure that. Thank you very much, Brother Jimmy. And thank you all, beginning with the organizers of the conference, as well as every attendee. It's already been a very great learning opportunity, and I am immensely grateful to all of you. I have two complaints, having said that. The first one is you took very eloquent professors, seasoned researchers to speak ahead of me. Now, I don't even know if I can come anywhere close to what my senior colleagues, Dr. Abimanyu and Dr. Ward, have already presented to you. I promise I'll do my best in trying to share my thoughts with you on a topic that is so very important for all of us today as a global community. Like Brother Jimmy said, I have backgrounds in public health and anthropology. And when I was asked to be part of this process, I went through some of the abstracts that have been submitted. And I realized that it's a mighty great collection, if you will, of very bright minds, many of whom are going to talk about specific aspects of this COVID pandemic that the globe is struggling with. And I thought about what will be a very good and interesting discourse, rather than trying to focus on specifics that people are already going to talk about on the different aspects of whether it's about recovery of the economy in Indonesia or topics that are similar. And as you've already heard, the two colleagues that have spoken before me have tried to bring about the interconnectedness, if you will, of this topic. Dr. Ward talks about what I consider to be the political implications and how all of this affect everything else. You know, it reminds me of one of the very eloquent politician of the African continent, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who once said, "Seek ye first the political kingdom, and everything else shall be added unto it." If you have a political system, if you have a government that is fraught with struggles, whether of not holding democratic principles or biased treatment of some of its citizens, or simply not providing a level ground, you will have a problem. Even if the economy were to grow, there obviously will be obvious impediments. So with that, I thought I'll try to talk about something that is very current, looking at vaccine hesitancy today, or arguably vaccine resistance, depending on how you see it, as well as its relationship to adherence to public health guidelines. These are very important issues that the world community is grappling with right now. But even more importantly, I thought about trying to look at this topic within the context of what other challenges that the world is facing, because COVID is not happening in a vacuum. It's related to other problems that are also very important. So vis-a-vis my topic that you can see there. So let me see, all right. So with that, give me 1 second. I hope you can see my slides. Can you? Yes, can everyone see them?
Yes, Dr. Kano, we can see it.
All right, good. Trying to see where. Excuse me, I'm trying to change my slides here. They're not changing. Let me see. Give me 1 second. What's happening here? Okay. I'm struggling to move my slides.
Just click anywhere else outside the box and then just use your cursor, maybe.
All right, okay. Let me try that. It's not working.
You're on the, or you can just, yeah, right now do the cursor to the right.
Okay, good. All right, thank you very much. So as I already said in my opening remarks, I want to talk about vaccine hesitancy very briefly and explore with you some of the determinants of vaccine hesitancy or resistance, as I mentioned, and look at the menace that the COVID-19 has become, as well as or in relation to the other factors that are impacting or impeding global prosperity. And then I'll talk about the lessons that we've learned or are still learning, as well as some projection of what could be future responses, either for the sake or in response to the current pandemic, or maybe some of the other challenges that we'll face. So I begin by talking to you about what vaccine hesitancy is. It really refers to a delay in the acceptance or the refusal of vaccines, even when such vaccines are available in the market. This is exactly what we are seeing today. All right, and I must hasten to say that the issue itself is very complex. In other words, there isn't going to be a one-size-fits-all as you try to understand this, because there are variations across time, across place, and across vaccines. That is to say, for some vaccines, we readily use them. In many cases, in fact, they are made requirements for certain places, for certain communities. Here in the United States, where I live, we know that at the beginning of the school year, children are expected, as a matter of fact, required to be vaccinated before they can enroll in school. And you don't seem to hear a lot of uproar about that. Okay, and as I said, across time, there have been very strong resistance. Earlier in the day, somebody had talked about the Ebola, you know, in Central Africa. My country of birth happened to be Sierra Leone, which was one of the hardest hit countries, if you guys remember, the very recent Ebola outbreak. But another aspect of vaccine hesitancy is that it is influenced by several factors, common among which include complacency. Sometimes, you know, we just don't want to vaccinate because we think it's too much hassle to do that. The weather is too cold. I don't have to drive some distance to go and get vaccinated. That's one factor. Other times it's about convenience. A lot of other instances include confidence. You know, we just doubt that which is being touted to be a very good antidote to the problem that we may be facing at any given point in time. So some of these factors have impeded or prevented people from taking vaccines. I wanted to think about this in terms of what we generally know as a people, that when we have information, the relevance of that information or the ability for us to use that information, a lot of times depend on certain factors. For example, one of such factors is the source of that information. Many of you would agree with me that if your physician, if your MD, your health provider, you know, were to tell you, look, you need to do this, you need to take this type of treatment for XYZ type of ailment, you like to do that because the source of that information is trusted. You know, sometimes our doctors tell us this. Other times we have issues that are not even related to health. They may be related to our health systems. You know, many people around the world, including myself, are Muslims. When I hear the imam of my mosque tell me something, I take it seriously. I'm sure it's the same thing with Christians and people of other religious denominations or persuasions. So we know that. We also know that we take information important or seriously or use it when that information is current. You know, if it is antiquated, if it is obsolete, we say, well, yeah, that's a thing of the past. You know, I don't think I should take it very seriously right now. It used to be important, not today. Okay, and then another factor is the relevance, of course. Is this really important? Is the information very important? I'm raising these issues to go on and say, and I ask you the questions here. But before that, in addition to what I just shared, going to my own field, which is public health, there is even additional evidence when people take information very important or importantly and want to act on it. We have these theories. We know what theories do. They explain things. They explain certain phenomena that isn't or aren't so clear to us. So public health people try to understand human behavior. And then they have these several theories. One of them is what we call the health belief model. You know, this theory tells us about people taking action to prevent a problem, a health problem specifically, when they believe certain things are true. And one of them is that they feel susceptible, that if this is a health problem that could affect me, then I will try to do something to prevent it. Or if it's an illness, perhaps to treat the illness. All right, so susceptibility is one of them. The second one is whether the problem might produce severe consequences if we do not do anything about it. If we do not treat the problem, if we make no effort to find any antidote to that problem, the consequences may be severe. So that is severity. And then we talk about sometimes the action itself. What benefits are associated with the action that is advocated? If we are not convinced about those benefits, and people are less likely to take action. And then the final one is the barriers or the challenges or the limitations that are associated with the actions that we must take to prevent the health problem. The question that I ask is, are all of these criteria applicable in the case of COVID, given where we are today? So in other words, is the fact that any one of us feels susceptible that the consequences of coming in contact with this virus might be severe. We know that now, that there are associated benefits related with this particular problem. Have any of this really encouraged a lot of people to get vaccinated? Well, as you can see, this guy here, the emoji, is not very sure, and he's wondering about whether, in fact, that's the case. And then came COVID. So with COVID, of course, there are several considerations, okay, to some of the things that I've just talked about in trying to explain some of the resistance in compliance. Some of them are not completely new. They may just have taken some renewed effort on the perpetrators, if you will. One of which is politicization. Now, depending on where you are, we know that the subject of vaccination, as far as COVID is concerned, is one that has been so politicized along party lines, along regional lines, and all other lines that or affiliations that you can think about, such that some people think taking the vaccine is associated with a particular political ideology. We see a lot of that here in the United States where I live. So we know that. We also know, as one of my colleagues talked about the infodemic problem earlier on, there is misinformation and disinformation. I mean, disinformation is a subset of misinformation. We know that. Misinformation is just when you have inaccurate information, whether or not you intend to deceive people. Whereas the latter, or the second one, is very deliberate. And we've seen this at play at levels that we haven't seen before, arguably. So this is a very big problem. The other problem is just poverty and vaccination nationalism, as some people have referred to it. Here we are talking about some countries who have the wherewithal to provide even more than what is needed, more vaccines that are needed in their countries, stockpiling them, while many other countries around the world don't even have enough. Now we are talking about boosters, in some other countries. So we know that. That's another problem. So the point I'm making to you is that there are those countries or people in those countries who may wish to be vaccinated, but just don't have the access to them. And then a factor that I don't often hear people talk about is how virulent the virus itself is. And I bring this conversation because, when Ebola was raging out in Africa, I had to take some time off and went to my country as a consultant for the World Bank to help talk about some of the problems. But even before that time, we know that when you are infected by the Ebola virus, your chances of survival are near nil. You get the virus and in a matter of days, some people 2 weeks if you are lucky, and they are dead. Now, is it the case that, God forbid, if the coronavirus were to be as virulent as that of the Ebola, would people have taken it, or would people's reaction have been differently? I don't know, but that's something to ponder about. And I thought I would mention that. And then, of course, there is the age-old history and culture of mistrust. Now, I don't want people, and we know this, to dismiss those people who say no, and by the way, or for the record, I am very fully vaccinated. The point I'm making, though, is that we cannot all just dismiss people who are resistant to vaccination with a wave of the hand, because there is a history of doubt and skepticism. And that's the cultural aspect that I want to talk about, this culture of mistrust. And I thought I would share with you 3 brief examples quickly. Many of us are aware about the Nazi doctors and what happened, in Germany after the World War II, where physicians were testing drugs or the effects of viruses or other toxic agents on unsuspecting prisoners without their consent. The point I am making here is that when some people are doubtful of innovations, medical innovations to be specific, there is some underlying reasons about the disadvantage, about vulnerable populations being treated in some ways that arguably are less than human. There is the example of a hepatitis study here in the United States in 1956, when this facility had nothing to do with hepatitis. It was a mental retardation facility where kids were taken to be housed. And we know, some of us who are familiar with the history, that about 10% of them were deliberately infected with the hepatitis virus because researchers wanted to know the impact of the virus under control conditions. Now this happened, 10% of them. Now the literature also suggests that the parents of those kids were consulted and agreed to the procedure. Although many parents, later said that they did so under duress or under pressure. So we know that history. We also know the history of the Tuskegee syphilis study. I don't want to bore you with details about stuff that many of you already know about. But this is a case where 399 African Americans, or people of Negro descent as they were known at the time, were subjected to a study that they never consented to. They were deliberately infected by the syphilis virus and told a lie, basically, that they were being treated for something else that at the time was referred to as bad blood. And local physicians were canvassed to not treat these people. And then the participants were told that they couldn't go to any of the local physicians to look for treatment, that if they did so, they would not continue to receive the treatment that was falsely promised them. Now, how are all of this connected? All I'm trying to prove to you is that when you go and look at the literature, it is replete with a lot of evidence why people are sometimes skeptical and suspicious about new discoveries. And some of that is what we are seeing today. All right. There are several other examples as you go around the world. Now, when I was thinking about this file, this slide, I thought, well, what's the point to even include it? Because the numbers relating to COVID are ever changing, but as of the time that I was finalizing this presentation, we know about total cases we now have today. I'm talking about globally. We know about the number of total vaccinations or vaccines that have been administered, as well as the total number of deaths. Whichever way you look at this, this is a significant health impact. A lot of deaths, over 4 million, surpassing a lot of the things that we used to consider milestone or landmarks in the history of the world. Okay, so with all of this, there are, of course, economic and sociocultural factors. So we've seen disparities in vaccination rates by region. I don't want to bore you with those details, but if you look at some places, some countries are as high as 60 or more, at least for those who may have had one of the vaccinations. I know, for example, that in the entire African continent, they are about 4% the last time I looked at this. We also know the disparities between those wealthy and poor countries. Okay, and then of course there are religious excuses. Some people, whether it's through religion that they are making, we don't know. Sometimes we cannot second guess people about these things, but they've used some of those excuses to refuse vaccinations. And then there is also the argument about individual liberties or rights. You don't have to give me something or a vaccine that I'm not opting for. Of course, there is always the argument about the common good. should your own individual lives, or excuse me, liberties trump over that of the public good? Those are debates that we will continue to have. I'm not an economist. My background is public health and anthropology, but I thought I would share this. Dr. Abimanyu so eloquently talked about economic impact about this already. What we see here is that this pandemic has impacted world economies significantly, okay? Now, of course, we've recovered. The recovery is progressing. In fact, it hasn't been as gloomy as people initially thought when the pandemic started, okay? But the recovery has been very uneven, as you can see from these numbers here, okay? Because one thing we have to remember is that when the pandemic started, there's a lot of support that came from governments, that came from central banks, and then with the subsequent rollout of vaccines, economic activities resumed. So a lot of good things are happening, but it is important to note that this recovery effort has not been even across the world or among countries. Okay, and one area that we've seen a lot of this is inflation. Although again, some of it is reaching a peak, but it is very important to note these differences, that advanced economies have held fairly well in terms of inflation, whereas those emerging economies have been a little more hard hit. Of course, needless to say, like the professor said earlier on, responses are going to be different. There is not going to be a one-size-fits-all, because there are variations among economies prior to the outbreak of the pandemic. What we note today, and this is data from the OECD, what is noted today is that in terms of dealing with the inflation, there has to be some internalization of the effort so that low-income economies are not left behind. They also receive vaccines so as to catch up with the rest of the world, because this is a truly global problem. There are also macroeconomic policies, that central banks, governments have to be very clear with what expectations are. And those policies have to be very flexible, and support must not be withdrawn prematurely. Otherwise, we risk some downturn in some of the recovery process. Some industries have been hit more hard than others. The aviation industry is one classic example. All right, the impact on economies is significant. Aviation so hard hit that airlines have continued to redraw their maps due to the pandemic. And we know that what that means, from especially for those countries that do not have airlines of their own. So because of global travel restrictions, many airlines have been forced to near bankruptcy. Some have, really forced to cease operations for some time, not just cut the number of flights that used to go in some places. Now, this is not just big economies, or small economies, but big economies as well have been impacted. Smaller cities especially, where demand is known to be relatively less. But that's not limited to that particular sector alone. The education sector, as much as we try to deliver education using other platforms through Zoom and other facilities, there is the problem of connectedness for some populations, especially low-income communities, where some of the technology that is needed for people to take advantage of education from home is not just there. And some kids learn better, while they sit in a classroom. Now everything is Zoomed. And so we know the impact that has brought about in the area of education. Agriculture is the same thing, or similar experiences. A lot of times the people who constitute the labor force are those from minority groups. And when you look at the numbers, morbidity and mortality rate, these are the sectors or the subgroups that have been so hard hit. So we see that the hospitality industry, tourism, fewer planes, participants, and in other touristic activities, have all impacted those industries. So, but what I said earlier on is that we cannot look at COVID in isolation because there are other problems that are going concurrently with COVID. And so, as I said earlier on, we try to figure out where do we go from here and how do we do so. So we are trying to look at the path forward as we struggle with a pandemic that is still raging. It is important for us to reflect on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. A while back we had, the 8 Millennium Development Goals, and we've transitioned into the 17 that we have now. We know that we made a lot of progress, but many things around the world that are happening have also thwarted some of those efforts. Now, because of all that, we are now witnessing today unprecedented disparities on the impact as well as the response on things like climate change. Many parts of the world that contribute relatively less amount of emissions are yet facing the bulk of the impact. We know that this is a very big problem that the world has to think about collectively. So we've seen the inequities, or the inequalities in food security are huge. They are very big. And again, we have to do something. We have to think about this collectively as a world, not just as individual countries. Needless to talk about, adding salt to injury based on the COVID that we are talking about. So when we look at all these inequalities, one thing is clear, that we live in a global village and the impact reverberates all around the world. And just to better paraphrase that, or to echo that particular sentiment, the Deputy Secretary General talked about inequality, that if inequality continues, the world will be less prosperous and more unstable. Because no matter how you see, no one country is insulated from this. Look at the great United States of America and look at the influx of refugees. We see this here in the United States, we see what's happening in Europe and all of this. So everybody is going to feel the impact, even if at varying degrees. Climate change is changing everything about global living conditions. In places like Kenya, and we see this in many other countries, people are struggling to practice agriculture, sometimes to even have enough water for domestic use. Very erratic weather conditions have upset everything. In America, wells are drying up. In California, where you find some of the in the Colorado River, the lakes that are known to be the biggest reservoirs here in this country are at some unprecedented low. It shows that something is happening alongside with COVID. And these are problems that need both individual country responses as well as through global cooperation. We recently witnessed the floods in Germany, India, and Sudan. Many of these are unlike anything that we've seen before. We've learned some basic facts about COVID that we have to reflect on very seriously. That in closing, we have seen controversies about compliance. They will continue. It's part of our history. Sometimes unanimity is very difficult to achieve on some of the things that are as obvious as they can be. So we know that the impact is global, even if the impact vary from country to country. So again, we have to think collectively. We have to find a common ground, both within countries and across countries. But it is also important for us, based on some of the inequalities, especially in health, that we are seeing today, that there is a need for us to review both systemic and structural factors that are contributing to these inequalities. Health systems, what are people able to access from in one country and another? What about issues of discrimination? access to health services. These are structurally ingrained things in some of the countries around the world. We have to revisit those. Or if we don't, we do this at our own peril. The need to increase collaboration among organizations and work with community health workers. These are the people who are in the trenches trying to do the people's work. They understand what is going on in these places, working with the people who are affected more than anybody else. We need more education through these people. They are the channels of communication for the education that is needed to continue to convince people to get vaccinated. In closing, I say that the approaches that are needed to address some of this problem will take many forms. Some of them are going to be synergistic, and this will refer to those problems that we consider as public goods. For example, that of global the climate challenges that we face. No one country is responsible for this, but everybody is feeling the pain. So this is an example of a public good that it will take synergy for us, collaboration for us to address this. Empathy and compassion has to be part of this, because as we deal with these problems, there are those people who are unemployed. There are those who are uninsured. I'm talking about health insurance. There are refugees. There are other vulnerable populations. We are all not equal. And those people have to be thought of. We have to grant them access to certain things that will improve their humanity in terms of the services that they get, if you will. Other responses, like the professor said earlier on, are going to be independent and country-based. Because remember that there are variations, there are differences in the world economies prior to the outbreak, and they are going to continue. So there are going to be those variations. So sometimes the responses are going to be different from country to country. Science cannot be pushed under the rug. You know, we've seen this climate change. There are many people who think it's a hoax. There are many people who think even COVID is some conjectured type of an illness, that it's not real. You see deliberate sabotage on the work of scientists who are there to provide information for us. There is need for individual and collective preparedness against future outbreaks. You know, in public health, we say the work we do has an unlimited agenda, that as you think you are succeeding in addressing one particular problem, you better be ready. A few years ago, we were talking about Ebola, we were talking about SARS, and we thought we are out of the woods. Look at what we are dealing with right now. It's not going to stop. We have to be prepared to understand that when and if and when we get this under control, something else is going to take its place. And there is the issue, like Dr. Ward said, political tensions and how to manage them. He didn't put it that way, but this is an issue. There is the superpower rivalry, if you will. This is like two elephants fighting. They say the grass suffers, and the grass is quite innocent. And these are the things that we are facing. Those tensions have to be managed in ways that we wouldn't be spending on resources that can otherwise be put in more productive aspects of human existence. Perhaps instead of amassing, killer weapons that we probably don't need. So I'll end there with your permission, and I look forward to comments, questions, and observations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Kanu. Thank you also for sharing your wonderful presentation that remind me of when I did my study on communication and development in Ohio University on some of the theory, but we only have like about 15 to 20 minutes, and I have seen a lot of questions, and for now that no more questions should be asked, because we have enough questions so far that we pulled from for three keynote speakers. And then for the three keynote speakers, is it okay if I read all of the question and then maybe you can respond them all in 5 to 7 minutes? Is that okay, Dr. Abimanyu?
Yeah, sure. Please.
Okay, let me read the question for you. There are 5 questions. The first one is, could you elaborate more the reasons of declining tax collections since 2010 compared to neighboring countries? And the second one, what are some of the measures that can be done to increase tax? And what are the main challenges to increase tax? And the third one, to what extent the green economy framework become the priority or consideration during COVID-19 pandemic? And Pak Kris especially, surprised to learn the tax revenue in Indonesia so low, even before the pandemic. And then he's curious about your thoughts on the causes for that. Is our tax rate is low, or the enforcement of tax collection on business is poor? And finally, Pak Halbana asks, the issue of low collection in Indonesia, low tax collection in Indonesia has been an issue for years. And the government has done a number of things, including giving high incentive to those who work in the Director General of Taxation. If this still doesn't work, what is actually wrong with tax collection in our country? And whether there are initiative from the government to significantly improve the tax collection. All right, Dr. Abimanyu, if you can summarize them all, and if you can, yeah.
Terima kasih Bu Nurhaya. Thank you so much for those who put unwritten on these questions. Basically, questions on the tax matters is in the heart of many of you, and I think I myself just really caught by surprise that our tax collection is lower than our ASEAN peers, even when you compare with some African emerging economies. We are also, even with Sierra Leone, our tax to GDP ratio is lower than those countries. So really, they need to have some comprehensive reform on that matters. We did that during my position at the Tax Policy Office. We have had that twice, and we did some improvement in tax collection. But in the last 5 years, I have not, at least I have no prejudice or no subjective observation, but based on the objective observation, the tax collection has been weakened in the last 5 years. I don't have any research work on that. So my answer would be our descriptive understanding. I have not been involved in this fiscal matters in the last 5. In the last 5 years, I've been serving at the Ministry of Religious Affairs, so I don't have touch upon that issue. But let me maybe I just give you some 3 causes of the problems. One is the inconsistency in tax policy, including giving wrong exemption and wrong incentive to certain sectors and groups. This has been consistently inconsistent in providing which sectors to be given. Based on this good tax policy, no exemption should be given in any particular sectors, because one, you have been given any exemption or incentive in particular sectors, it's hard to exit, it's hard to trust, it's hard to pinpoint the impact of that, because the impact will not be immediate, but it's very difficult to quantify. That's number one. Number two is with regard to the week of tax administration. Many countries are adopting the integrated data of the taxpayers. Indonesia don't have it yet, integrated data on this taxpayers. For example, the linkage between the financial background of the taxpayers with other identity of this individual taxpayer. So many countries have done that with the single identification numbers on a particular taxpayer. So it's very difficult for us to keep track, particularly on the individual income tax. That's number two. Number three is difficult to tax the finance sectors and the online transactions that now in the modern world being practiced Many of these online transactions, they call it over the top transactions, very difficult to be taxed. This again, because of the weak of tax administration. Number 4, maybe in terms of the human resource. Like Singapore, for example, the number of human resource or tax officials over the tax collection is quite significant number of human resource. Indonesia don't have that, so it's need to be added number of tax officials to supervise and to monitor the tax pay, to tax collection. So at least there are 4 or 5 reasons. I've seen that. Maybe I'm wrong because I don't have any research work and I don't see much of the research work on that. So I encourage my colleagues who focusing on the tax collection is becoming one of the important subject to be researched. If you can ask your students to do that, it will be a worthwhile because of there's a lot of dimension, including the political dimension, the legal dimension, and others. Tax is a multi-dimensional approach. So, whoever wants to do that, it will be worthwhile to contribute it to the Indonesian economy. I think that's the only question that I have. Maybe it's just small things on the green economy during the COVID. I think within the pillars of the reform, transformation of the economy, green economy is being one of these topic, but I don't see that there will be so much of attention of that. At the moment, government is really focusing on the health sectors, trying to get people to be vaccinated, while we are improving our digital transformation, to applying the digital transformation to SMEs, and trying to promote SMEs, trying to help, trying to give some additional resources for those who are needed and to improve the economy. So I think, yes, there is a green economy blueprint, but I have, forgive me for my knowledge, I don't have any information beyond that. So, okay, Bu Haya, I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think this is a message for Pak Chris, because Pak Chris' field is economy and business. So maybe then Dr. Abimanyu's support and also encouragement, maybe he could do something with it in terms of his future research. Thank you. And
Pak Anggito. Makasih Mbak Aya.
Dr. Ward did a great job in summarizing and responding right away, but in case some people didn't read your comment, do you mind summarizing your response to participants who asked you a question in the chat?
Yes, so there were, I was honored and happy with a range of interesting questions, which all are actually quite big topics. So I thought I already tried to answer a bit in the chat. And one of them, starting off with the question by Halbana Tarmizi, which rightly points out, look, this informality trap that I spoke about and these issues are not limited to Indonesia. Actually, some of these problems are really common in many democracies. And Halbana particularly talks about campaign finance problems in the United States. And I just only completely agree with him that campaign finance is a big problem also in the United States. And also there, I would say efforts need to be done to reduce the cost of election campaigns, because also there, big business, rich conglomerates like the Koch brothers are buying influence and buying favors in a way that is undermining democracy. But in that light, there were questions also about, so what can be done? So there was a question about would some parties or politicians be interested in doing reform? And given that this is related to very deep-rooted cultural and historical patterns, is it also possible to actually do something about what I call the informality trap? So to start with that second thing, is it possible? Yes, of course. There are cultural and historical issues to it. One reason why informality is important is because there's also strong cultural norms about reciprocity, for example, that if I help you, you should help me back. And all these kind of norms are not, that is not a problem or not a bad thing. And I think informality as such is also not negative. But what is needed is to engage with how this works in practice and find out where it becomes a problem, where it becomes negative, including how these norms of reciprocity are used by politicians to engage in vote buying, to make vote buying work. So I think the fact that it's deep-seated and cultural is not a reason to look away or just accept it, but rather to really focus clearly on it and see how can we prevent the downsides and the negative elements, such as vote buying, such as these high-cost nature of election campaigns. And there, responding to this other question about what can be done, I think actually, if effort is done, I think a lot of political actors would be very much in favor of this. Some of you following election campaigns might have seen, particularly locally, always these reports in local newspapers about how losing candidates are accepted in mental hospitals after the elections, which happens very often because they have spent so much money that after that the stress of having to recover this money or pay back the financiers makes them literally lose their mind. I think actually I've spoken to so many politicians complaining about these high costs and saying they become penjudi, they become gamblers, that actually across the board, I think there is a willingness of politicians to tackle these high costs. It's also in their interests. So it's more a lack of ideas, I think, and a feeling that this is what democracy is and we should just accept it. I think that's why I'm speak about this here, but also try to speak at other occasions, that we don't need to accept these high costs. This is not a natural thing that is a given. It's part of the electoral system, and there's an opportunity to do something about it. It's just generate the political will and share the and make ideas together. That's why we are discussing this here. So yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, one more other very different question, and then I'll stop. By Yojo Surjana, Pancasila democracy. How does it relate? I think that's just a very different issue, I would say. Pancasila is really about the norms guiding the state and the inclusivity and tolerance that is part of Indonesia's democracy. The informality trap is not what I spoke about. Is really about how elections are providing incentives for bureaucrats and politicians to undermine the rules and policies and regulations of the state of any type. So including Pancasila kind of rules and regulations, but also other ones. It's not that it's about anti or pro Pancasila. It's more about how do you create a democracy that helps politicians to implement rules and regulations as written and as intended, rather than engaging in corruption or circumventing these rules and regulations. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ward. Final question is for Dr. Kanu. And basically, there are two main questions. One is whether there's a possibility for those who are hesitant to take vaccine, get pills instead. That's one. And the second is actually some people ask about the social media, the use of social media in terms of misinformation. On one hand, we know that it is misinformation, but on the other hand, the big business use misinformation is it for the sake of First Amendment? So if you can answer in 5 minutes, that would be great.
Absolutely, maybe even less so. Thank you very much. First, to the first question about pills. obviously, I mean, like we say in the US, the jury is still out about this problem. This is still a raging pandemic, and the scientific community is very active trying to find treatment. In fact, it was just last evening when I started hearing for the first time that maybe a treatment is imminent for the virus. I hope that happens, inshallah. And if that happens, obviously those people who are very jittery, whatever the reasons for their, being fearful of being vaccinated, will, I'm sure, maybe continue to take the risk, but at least knowing that when they get infected, there's a treatment for them. So let us hope that comes to pass. In terms of misinformation, I can only say, I read the comments, I can only say, welcome to some of the tenets of democracy, where people can say things that they want to see. And the person who wrote the comment, correctly alluded to that. In a democratic country, people can say things. Now, sometimes the motives for saying what they see can be as varied as anything. It can be, just their hatred of a subgroup, whether it's about them as a people or about their religion. They can do that. But like the person also rightly said, maybe it's based on business. A lot of these businesses, rather unfortunately, thrive on misinformation. When a lot of hype is created about stuff, people become very curious. And in the process, people make money. I mean, even in the pandemic, realistically, as many souls as we've lost, some people have become richer as a result of it. So yes, that's what it is. People have mixed motives. They want to make money. Some people just want to be mischievous, if you will believe that. They just want to create problems. You have all this mixture of people and their reasons for doing what they do. Somebody even mentioned the use of algorithms and how that can feed in information to unsuspecting people who otherwise will not expect that. Well, you would hope that, at least among others, you can immediately think of two responses: policy responses and technology. And we know that the owners of all these technological innovations are doing what they could in terms of thwarting those people's efforts who are providing deliberate misinformation. To what extent they will succeed, the jury is still out. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Policies can only go so far. Of course, that's obvious. In some parts of the world, there are penalties for deliberately feeding the communities with inaccurate information. But we cannot say that is possible in every place, because people have, as you rightly said, their constitutional rights to say what they want to say, as long as they are not perceived to be very injurious to other people. So those are my responses. Thank you for the good questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanu. And well, I'm sure that those who are presenting the next session will be anxious, but for now, let's give a big thanks to our keynote speakers. Generally, indeed, that whenever we have keynote speakers, there are so many questions, and then sometimes the time will become extended, because I know it's a rare occasion. We have somebody from Indonesia, the Netherlands, and also from the US, and all of them share information not only related to COVID-19 or beyond COVID, but also related to the economy as well as health and education. So please give a big applause to the speakers. And then also we're hoping that the speakers might come back again, maybe for for face-to-face presentation sometimes later. So Dr. Abimanyu and Dr. Ward and Dr. Kanu, feel free to join us in the next session. So we have two more parallel sessions, and then we will talk about the future at 1 p.m. our time. But of course, for Dr. Abimanyu, it's too late maybe, but again, welcome to join us. And then Dr. Ward, you can come back later on, but thank you so much. So I'll see you soon for the next session. Okay.
Thank you. See you all later. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih semuanya. Dr. Ward, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Manyo.
Terima kasih.
like before I introduce the presenters and the topic. So what I want just like to highlight is that like for each presenter, so you will have like around 10 minutes to present your topic. And then we are going to, like, it could go a little bit more, a little bit less, that's fine. But at the end, like, we need just to give space at the very end for the questions. So please, like, if you have any questions during the presentations, so I recommend that you keep the questions till the end, and then we're going to open the floor to the questions. So let me start with introducing the topic. And so the first presentation is going to be BPIP and the problem of strengthening Pancasila ideology, and that's policy analysis. And the presenter is going to be Tetang Sadrajat. And the second presentation is going to be Tiongga's place in the post-colonial urban areas of Indonesia, a case study of Semarang. And the presenter is going to be Kizia Ekasari Diwi. And the last presentation, we're going to end the session with document as historical resilience through its archaeological and genealogical meanings. And that's like a presenter is Febrianto, right? Iswari. And I like it. If I'm not pronouncing it correct, I apologize for that. I'm so sorry for that. So I would encourage Mr. Tetang to start.
I think that there is a fourth title, fourth presenter.
Oh, there is a fourth title?
Yeah, the fourth one is Integrated Special Planning of Cirebon Coastal Area.
Oh, okay.
By Yuliana Susalawati and et al. So I think there's a fourth one.
Oh, okay. Because like it doesn't show in my like in the program I have, but that's fine. I mean, like, we can conclude with this presentation if possible. And yeah, like having that said, so this means that every presenter will have 10 minutes, and then we're going to have 20 minutes at the very end for the question and answers. Okay, that's great. So let's start with Mr. Tetang to start the presentation.
Halo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good night and good morning to everyone. I'm Tatang Sudrajat from Universitas Sangga Buana, Bandung, Indonesia. The title of my research about Badan Pembinaan Ideologi Pancasila and the problem of strengthening Pancasila ideology policy analysis. Introduction. Every nation and state has a set of ideas regarding the living condition of the nation in the future, which are better, which are generally set by the founders of the country concerns. In the course of the Indonesian nation and state, the discussion of the term ideology is not something new, and along with dynamic of political life since becoming of an independent nation until now, the term ideology is very interesting to discuss. The presence of the Pancasila Ideology Development Agency through Presidential Regulation number 7 of 2018 is a strategic step in strengthening the Pancasila ideology, although until now there is still quite some controversy about its institutions. Apart from the suspicion of some circles of its existence, one of the elements in national life that plays a strategic role in national life, namely in universities, should be encouraged to collaborate with it. The enactment of law number 12 of 2012 concerning higher education is a strategic step for strengthening the national ideology, because in Article 35, the Pancasila subject reemerged the structure of the higher education curriculum. Of course, from the perspective of public policy, especially national educational policy, this condition is very concerning because it is closely related to the face of Indonesia in the future. The study aims to analyze the organization of BPIP and the strengthening of Pancasila as an ideology through increasing the role of university from a public policy perspective by analyzing Presidential Decree number 7 of 2019, Law number 12 and 20 and 12 and other relevant state government regulations. Method. This research used normative juridical method combined with literature study and policy evaluation. According to Howlett and Rames, with research objective, research focus on all legal documents regarding or relating to BPIP and Pancasila education policies in university. Result and discussion. There are two important characteristics of the BPIP organization related to its position, namely that BPIP is a revitalization of UKP-PIP, as stated in Article 2, Paragraph 2 of Presidential Regulation number 7 of 2018, which is under and responsible to the President, as stated in Article 2, Paragraph 2. Based on its duties related to the ideology of Pancasila, BPIP can be categorized as political organization. Based on its institutional characteristic, BPIP belongs to the types of organization that persons call political organizations. According to Article 2 of Law number 12 and 2012, higher education is based on Pancasila, the 1945 Constitution and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. One of the four functions of higher education, according to Article 3, is to develop capabilities and shape the character and civilization of dignitaries nation in order to educate the nation life. The function and role of a university, according to Article 48, are as a forum for student and community learning, educational forum for future leaders of the nation, center for the development of science and technology, center for the study of virtue and moral strengths, to seek and find truth, and as well as center for the development of national civilizations. The issuance of this state regulation is due to the public interest is the form of sociological facts that are still lacking in the practice of Pancasila in daily life and in state management. The 5 essential values of Pancasila have been abandoned by some of the nation's citizens, so it is appropriate for the state political decision to return to present discourse. Thus, the issuance of this law can be called a public policy because it is determined by an authoritative state institution and is related to broad public interest, according to McCrae and Gerson. This is a strong relationship between educational institutions, especially higher education, and Pancasila as the ideology of the nation or state. The ideology of the state is the deepest ideal of nation that has become a state and is believed to be true, so that it becomes the basis for a government or state to realize it for the benefit or citizen of the nation concerned. According to Padma Wahyono, in Indonesia, the ideology of Pancasila is rooted in integralistic perspective that prioritizes the idea of an unified state. This is in line with what Gerson stated about the component of public policy, namely issues, actors, resources, institutions, and the level of government. It will further state that issues that appear of the public agenda, actors who present in the press and respond to those issues, resources affected by those issues, institutions that deal with issues, and the level of government that address issues. Strengthening Pancasila ideology. In line with that, there are at least two aspects that deserve to be discussed, namely the future interests of education and the political context. The historical experience of politics also saw that there have been unfavorable experience for national harmony and integration, even at alarming point when Pancasila became a commodity of certain political interests. For the strengthening of the current ideology, the interest of education related to the existence of the ideology and the basis of the state Pancasila should only present scientific academic studies about history and its essence for the nation struggle to achieve the ideals of independence. Pancasila is an academic study should not be pulled to the left or right, but must be perpendicular to the national ideals and national goals as stated in the preamble to the 1945 constitutions. In the context of higher education, the present of law number 12 and 2012 concerning higher education, which in Article 35 state that there are 4 compulsory national courses including Pancasila, which is a political decision that is welcomed by university. In this context, there are demands as well as challenges for lecturers who support Pancasila courses, both as professional educator and as scientists, to create and innovate a lot of in improving the quality of learning. On the other hand, it is very possible that there are still lecturers who are complacent with all habits, are not responsive and adaptive to the development of science and technology, so that they are like an arithmetical series that ultimately cannot combine with the interest of students. In the context of strengthening ideology through higher education, it is demanded that higher education leaders be careful in appointing lecturers for this course, not only because someone has adequate academic qualification and competencies as Pancasila education lecturer, but also must have ideological maturity. In other words, lecturers who support Pancasila education courses must appear as ideological filters that are able to filter out all kind of elements that will destroy the basis of the Pancasila state, which is the product of the gentleman agreement of the founding father in 1945.
Mr. Tata, in like 2 minutes, we have 2 minutes to go. So,
okay. The Pancasila is felt by the people when state government official prioritize justice are not corrupt, don't abuse their authority, and are not arrogant. Pancasila views with the pulse of the people when legislator in Senayan and DPRD discuss the state budget and program with full sincerity and spirit of full support for the public. In fact, the presence of the basic state is felt when law enforcement are indiscriminate in handling cases. The presence of state ideology is not an illusion when the thought of state leaders are not only about the faith and interest of the people, not enriching themselves full of greed and stealing state money. Pancasila become its living ideology when all government officials at all levels, especially those in direct contact with the interest of the people, provide their best services. Exemplary is not most effective method to strengthen the existence of Pancasila ideology. Higher education leaders and lecturers who support Pancasila courses must be able to convince as well as appear role models. Students are challenged to strive so that all formal instruments of democracy can continue to be used by the people to remind the government of its constitutional responsibilities. University in relation to the current Merdeka Campus program, for example, need to continue collaborating with other components in society, namely the power of civil society, including the press, mass organization, NGOs, as well as reminding them not to be tired and to remain optimistic about the need for public oversight of the government. Conclusion, the ideology of Pancasila is faced with various challenges and problems, both internally and externally. The presence of BPIP in an effort to strengthen the Pancasila ideology is very important and strategic. The issuing of various state government regulations related to Pancasila and higher education is an important part of strengthening and developing the Pancasila ideology. From the organizational dimension, the regulation of BPIP in Presidential Regulation number 7 of 2018 needs to be improved. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good night and good morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now let's move to Ms. Kizia Dewey, right? And her presentation, and that'll be about Tiongah's place in the post-colonial urban areas of Indonesia, a case study of Semarang.
Can I start now?
Yes, please. You can.
Do you see my screen?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Okay, I try to explain this in 10 minutes. That's challenging for me. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kesia. Currently, I am a PhD student at KU Leuven, Belgium. I am in the research group of architecture and urbanism. This moment I do research about Tionghoa place, but maybe I need to mention Tionghoa is Chinese Indonesian. So I also want to explain that I do not do the research about Chinatown only, but mostly I'm talking about ethnic neighborhood. So this is talking about where the Chinese Indonesian live now in urban areas of Indonesia. Why I do research about this? Because as long as I know until now, the research in architecture and urbanism related with the Chinese Indonesia mainly talking about conservation, about Chinatown. So I try to find something else to do research about this. And the second reason is because everyone know in Indonesia that the Chinese Indonesian is a group that face discrimination and cultural genocide during the New Order regime. And also there is a prejudice toward them that they are an exclusive group, that they are living in their own community. That why I want to do the research. Is it true? Or if yes, why? What is the reason? Why there is prejudice like that? And this is I do research in Semarang city. Semarang is the capital city of the province of Central Java. Why Semarang? Because Semarang in the colonial time has the second largest Chinese Indonesian community in Indonesia at the colonial time. And this is the map of Semarang at this moment. But for your information, now the territory of Semarang became double after 1976. And this is the research question. Because what I present today is a part of my PhD research. So I just take one part about when we talk about place, about living place, of course, we need to know why they live in some place, in a certain place, certain neighborhood. Of course, we need to check about the settlement policy from the colonial time and the agrarian law from colonial time until now. And what is the impact of that exploitation in post-colonial urban areas in Indonesia? Especially, we have several historical, even like independence that make a big difference, and then New Order that is notorious with the discrimination law, and then Reformation. When in the Reformation era, the government of Indonesia start to abolish all the discrimination law, but also in the same time, the Indonesian government try to exploit the Chinese place in the city. And the method, of course, because I'm architect, I do mapping. First, I need to locate where they live. I do demographic mapping through the survey data and the PPS. And then I'm exploring archival data from Leiden. And then, of course, I see the government planning policy and the agrarian law. And I also do the deep interview to reconstruct the transformation of the settlement and set of observation. Important of the result I already explained. And this is what I got when I see through the history about the settlement policy during the colonial time and now. But in short, I can explain that before the colonial time, actually the Chinese migrant who come to Indonesia, they have their own settlement, of course, but there is no restriction. They can live among indigenous Indonesia. And then after Diponegoro War in the 19th centuries, with the implementation of a strategy like divide and rule from the colonial government assigned place to the Chinese people along with the another foreign Eastern group to live in one place, and there is a restriction. They cannot live in among indigenous Indonesian anymore. And about the agrarian law, in the second part of the 19th centuries, because the colonial government tried to get like agriculture product and sell it in the world, so they try to encourage agriculture activity. So the colonial government have a law that allow the private sector, that it's mean the wealthy, everyone wealthy, European, Chinese, Arab, Indian, and even Indonesian, indigenous Indonesian who are wealthy enough to rent a land mainly for agriculture, but in reality, in the urban areas, they also use it as settlement. And from that moment, the wealthy Chinese took the opportunity, because they are really wealthy, so they can rent a land from the colonial government. And then in the timeline, in the beginning on the 20th century, there is abolition of that
in progress.
That the Chinese to live among other ethnic group. And then the city government of Semarang try to create a new city planning with Thomas Karsten, and Thomas Karsten also plan a settlement that is for indigenous, and also for European and wealthy Chinese in the same place. And then there is no more. Sorry.
Like we have 3 minutes to wrap up.
Okay. There is no more restriction. There is no more settlement based on the ethnicity. What I found even after independence, the Chinese still control a large area in the land in the city. This is what I get when I try to put in the map. This is the land owned by the Chinese, wealthy Chinese. At that moment, this is still outside the city, because the city center is here in the north. But at that moment, the Chinese already has so many land here, and they use it as warehouse, and then also a graveyard, a cemetery. And this is a bit unusual, because they have a cemetery from the hill from the west to the east. There are so many cemeteries, not normal. And then the second map is about now, the situation now, where the purple color here is also the land that is controlled by the Chinese landlord until now. Okay, and this is about talking about settlement now after independence, because there is no longer law and policy that there is settlement based on ethnicity. So the Chinese Indonesian now living, they start to expand from the Chinatown, and then they also live side by side with the indigenous Indonesian or other group in the urban kampung, and then they dominate the business district, and then also they occupy some of the real estate, but not they have like a favorite place.
Kezia, I'm sorry for interruption. Like, we have 1 minute to go.
Okay. So this is the I found that Chinese Indonesian in Semarang mainly living in the central Semarang, that is the place for the old Chinatown, and then in the west and the north. Oh, so I would say that there is no more like there is not true that they live like exclusive within their own community only, but that it's true that there is concentration. There is, so this is not about talking about ghetto. They are not creating ghetto, but concentration, yes. There is concentration in the city. And something interesting is mainly they are dominate the area who has the highest price, highest property price. And there is, I found out this is several reasons why. The historical reason, of course, because the colonial government assigned place for them, and then security reason. This is include security investment, and they have economic power, and economic activity reason because they are famous for the trading activity. Cultural reason because they still have a tie with the Chinatown, and also geomancy. Although not many Chinese Indonesian now know about geomancy, but actually what I found in the field is geomancy still play a role for them. Okay.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we are like the time is up. For this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can conclude like in one sentence. That would be fine if you want to conclude.
Okay, it's a bit difficult. So I would say that maybe about how they claim the Tionghoa could claim their place in the city because they have the community character. This is that is quite normal for Chinese migrant across Southeast Asia, that they can build their own network and have a good relation with local elite, even when in the colonial time and after independence, maybe something like that. Okay, maybe it's enough.
That's really great. Thank you so much, Kezia, for squeezing yourself like in 10 minutes. That was great. Thank you so much. And we are going now to move on to the third presentation by Fabriando, and it's like document as historical resilience through its archaeological and genealogical meanings. So I believe Luanda, right? Luanda. I'm not sure if the presenter is here. No. Okay, so maybe until the Fabriando is ready. So let's move on to integrated spatial planning of Cirebone coastal area, right? And that's Juliana, right? Oh, we have multiple presenters here. So first of all, I apologize for dropping your presentation in the very beginning in the introduction, but I was looking at the wrong program book. So if the presenters are ready, please feel free to start off.
Hello.
Hello. So
Is the time for me?
Yes. So that's the presentation with the title Integrated Spatial Planning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, feel free to start off the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I have already sent my video presentation to the committee because I have a problem with the internet connection. So
Okay,
please
so
apologize us.
Miss Juliana, I have the video. So should I play for you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
so okay, let me play it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to present our research in this occasion. Now, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Juliana Susilawati, and my colleagues Alberto Soleman, Yuka Kumoro, Wawan Hindriawan Nur, and Yunarto. The title of our research is Integrated Spatial Planning of Cirebon Coastal Area. And this is the research background. The strategic issue of Cirebon Coastal Area. Cirebon District is a downstream area of the Rebana Golden Triangle, the connecting area of Cirebon, Patimban, and Kertajati. Rebana Golden Triangle has been proposed to be the largest special economic zone in Indonesia. Based on the existing condition of Cirebon coastal area, we identify the several problems. The first one is the dynamic of coastal change of Cirebon area is very high. The intensive development in the Cirebon coastal area will cause various impact, social, environmental, and economic impact that must be controlled in order to provide optimal benefit for all stakeholders. In terms of sustainable development, integrated spatial planning is very important for Cirebon Coastal Area Development Project. And there is an objective. The first one is to propose alternative of integrated spatial planning based on natural condition in the Cirebon Coastal Area. And the second one is to identify the waterside boundary and sediment cell boundary for integrated spatial planning of Cirebon Coastal Area Development by nature-based solution. The question is, integrated spatial planning, is it very important? The answer is yes, of course. The poor planning can lead to man-made disaster, water pollution, flood, and drought will have a negative impact, very big impact to health condition, poverty, and so on. The next question is, how is the process of integrated spatial planning? There are two main questions of integrated spatial planning. The first one, where to put something? It is about the site selection. If we have to put something, we have to select the best place to do it. For example, where we have to put the hospital, where we have to put the school, where we have to put the market. So we have to select the area, the best fit for this demand. And the second question, what to put somewhere? It is about the land use plan. If we have the area, the question is what we have to put in this area. So we have to select the best use and the highest use of this area. Is it best use for the resident area? Is it best use for the forest area? Or it will be best for the industrial area? So the integrated spatial planning is the matter how to decide and how to optimize what is the best use and highest use of the such area. As we know, this process, it is not just the technical process, but also the political process. There are so many stakeholders with different interests that we have to consider about it. And what is the objective on the integrated spatial planning? The first one is the environmentally sustainable, accommodate all interests and avoid social conflict. And of course, the last one is we have to have the economic benefit. And how is the approach of integrated spatial planning? So we propose two approaches. The first one is watershed management plan, especially for the land area. And the second one is shoreline management plan of the coastal area. As we know that our activities in the land will have an impact to the estuary, the coastal, and also the ocean. All material come from the land will be transported by the river to the estuary and the ocean. The watershed management plan will identify water quality problem in the watershed, propose solution, and create a strategy for putting the solution in action. And the shoreline management plan is to provide the basis for sustainable coastal defense policies within a coastal zone and to set objective for the future management of the shoreline. This is the Cirebon district. This is the population growth and land use change in 2010 until 2016. We can see that there are several sub-districts of Cirebon district with the high population growth. And we can see that the impact of urban sprawl of the Cirebon city. So we can see the land use change, the land use change from the agriculture to the resident with the high dense population because of the urban sprawl of Cirebon city. And this is the flood hazard list of Cirebon district. So we can see that there is an area with the green one is the high risk of flood hazard. So the flood hazard, it is not just caused by the surface runoff from the upstream, but also caused by the sea tide from the sea. And this is the Human Development Index of Cirebon district. I can see that Human Development Index of Cirebon is very low, below the National Human Development Index. The rank is in 285 out of 416 of Indonesian districts. And this is the coastal dynamic in Cirebon district. This data analyzed based on the landscape data time series analysis. So we observe the shoreline dynamic from the 1985 until 2021. We can see that the coastal dynamic, the coastal changes is very high. So this natural process has a very big impact on the society. So we know that several people will lose their land, and the other hand, several people will increase their land. So we have to manage this kind of process, and we have to produce the policy, the proper policy to manage this problem. And this is the coastal abrasion in the Cirebon district in Mundu Bay. We can see there are salt production by the farmer, and we can see this is the wave breaker to prevent the abrasion, the coastal abrasion. And this is the other side of coastal abrasion. We can see here that there is a big impact of coastal abrasion. It will, especially for the strategic buildings such as the electrical power plant. So we have to prevent this kind of abrasion. There are two techniques of the abrasion control, either using the construction on the plantation And this is the salt production in Cirebon Coastal Western set by the farmer. And this is one of the success story in the Cirebon coastal area. So they developed the mangrove tourism in terms of to use the coastal area in the sustainable way. And for the conclusion, in terms of sustainable development, integrated spatial planning based on watershed and coastal sediment cell is one of the best approach for Cirebon coastal area development project. The basic concept is one watershed has to be one management and one coastal sand has to be one management. And the last one, study of watershed management and shoreline management plan needs to be done in more detail and cover all related aspects. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was very clear and the video was really clear. Thank you so much for that. So now we are moving to the other presentation with the title Document as Historical Resilience Through Its Archaeological and Genealogical Meanings. I wonder if the presenter is still here with us. The name I have is, I'm not sure if this is the last name or the first name, but it's Fabrianto. And then Iswari Lawanda. It looks like the presenter is not here. If
is the second paper already presented?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed like the third one, I don't see any of the presenter.
If so, we can open the floor for questions regarding the three the three presentations. So just to refresh your mind, so we started with Mr. Tatang, right? And that was the BPIP and the problem of strengthening Pancasila ideology, policy analysis, and then followed by Kizia's presentation. It's about Tionga's place in the post-colonial urban areas of Indonesia. And then we concluded with Juliana, right? And that was integrated spatial planning of Cirebon coastal area. So any questions for any of the presenters?
Maybe if you allow me, Ahmad.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, this is maybe not questions, but I would like also to share the last paper. I think it's quite interesting how the implementation of the spatial planning in Cirebon coastal area. In the place where I live right now in Chattanooga, there is a federal agency. They call it the Tennessee Valley Authority. In the past decades, we have an issue on the flood. Okay, so from time to time, the city flooded because of the quantity of water in the river. During we don't have rainy season, but during the heavy rain, we experienced the flood. And then eventually, the federal government set up the agency. They call it Tennessee Valley Authority. The main purpose is for the flood control. So that's quite interesting enough. This agency kind of evolved into basically the main provider of the electricity. So then not only that, they also develop what they call it similar what the last presentations is the building what they call it tourism. It's not they provide facility for local or maybe people who visit some area that they use it for for leisure, for vacation. So basically, I think there is kind of like a similarity that I think this kind of like a well proven attempt in order to create a more sustainable approach in many part of the Indonesian area, especially in the coastal region. And I think I really appreciate that Julianti and other researchers share with us about their research activity in that subject.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I have a question, in fact, to Mr. Tatang, and like the first presentation, it was really great. And I wonder if there are like any similar attempts or studies that address like schooling or schools, because as far as I understood, like yours is more focusing on higher education, right? So is there anything similar to schools? And if so, do we have any like similarities or differences in the findings? I'm not sure. So Mr. Tatang, like you heard?
Pak Tatang on mute.
Yeah, sure. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I wonder if. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. Yes. My paper or my research about relationship between Pancasila as national ideology, as foundation of our state in and how the challenge and threat and the problems in strengthening Pancasila as ideology in higher education, especially in relation with the role of a lecture in Pancasila subjects. And beside it, in relation with BPIP or Badan Pembinaan Ideologi Pancasila as new institutions in our state, as a controversial institution in last years. Yes. So in Indonesian state, the role of Pancasila as ideology, not only in higher education, but also in elementary school, junior high school, and senior high school, SD, SMP, and SMA. But since 23, according to a law of 23 that about national education system, the Pancasila subject in elementary schools, junior high schools, senior high school, and higher education is not a part of education system, national education system, but is positive situation in 2012. DPR as a legislative body and presidential have a decision to make a new laws, namely higher education in a law of number 12 and 2012. That is in paragraph 35 that Pancasila as a part of subject in higher education. I think yes.
That's like, thank you so much for the paper and the presentation, and also I have another question for Kezia. So Kezia, like you, although you mentioned the change in like architect and places, you mentioned also something about culture. So does that change like have an impact on the culture? Like, has the culture also changed? And if so, like in what sense?
Maybe you mean about culture when they choose their place, right? I think so, because in reality now, many Chinese Indonesian in Java especially is no longer follow Chinese traditional religion like Buddhism or Confucianism, but now is following like Christianity, Catholic, or become Muslim, some of them. So think about when they choose settlement, what I found now, especially my generation who are growing up after Reformation, when we choose the place, will no longer considering like geomancy anymore. But for my parents' generation, yes, we still consider about that. And of course, this is actually interesting because mainly now our consideration is about budget. And our like daily need are like related with like job, and then the public facility, like for what I learned from London, the case of London. Normally, when we choose a settlement, we will considering about transportation hub, and then marketplace, and then also facility like education. Because when normally we try to buy a house when we start family, right? Normally, not everyone. But when we choose that, we will look at the area, the neighborhood who has that kind of facility. But there is another problem that I found here is because this is an interesting phenomena. When I have a interview with the developer association, they say that there is differences between Chinese Christian, Chinese Indonesian Christian. They will choose an area in North and West Semarang, while the Chinese Indonesian Muslim will choose area in Southern Semarang. And the result is there is a mushrooming, like the presence of a school, Christian school in the Western and North Semarang, while the Islamic school is in South Semarang. So that is normal when the Chinese Muslim will move to that area, where the Chinese can go and buy a house in the North and West Semarang. That is not good. For me, this is not good. This is another segregation. That's the problem. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay, yeah, that's very, very enlightening. And I just I just kept like, while you were presenting, I was just like kept reflecting on like if there is any relation between like the change in like any spatial change or anything like change in buildings or space or something and culture on the other hand. But you have actually, yeah, you have mentioned like very, very valid points. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kezia. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the topic. And I wonder if anyone has any questions. Okay. So I believe that'll be like the end of our panel. I'm not sure what will be the coming step, and Mr. Noor, like, would you like to let us know what would follow?
Yes, the presentation supposedly will end at about 11:45, and then the next session will start at 12 Eastern time. So practically we still have about like a 6 minute. So I don't know if there is any questions or comments.
Like if you are like if any of the attendees is facing any uncertainty about the internet connection, feel free to type in your question in the chat box.
Maybe I have a question to the last presenter, because practically I did not follow the first two presentations. My question is there any plan to kind of like do the similar project in other coastal region in Indonesia?
I think your microphone is muted. I think so.
Yeah. Let me ask her to unmute.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Yeah, actually the Cirebon Coastal Area Development Project is the alternative for the Citarum watershed industry. So right now the Citarum area is very dense population and very dense industry in Citarum area. So the governor of West Java province plan to relocate the industry from the Citarum watershed to the Cimano watershed. So the idea here is we have to prevent the Cimano water resource, to conserve Cimano water resource, not to be Citarum River. So as we know, Citarum River is the most polluted river in the world because very dense industry in the Citarum area. So we have to have the reallocation of the area to the other area. But of course, we have the lesson learned here is not to be Citarum. So we have to have the better planning for this new area. And of course, we hope that, it will be the success story of the Cimano River, Cimano watershed. And of course, this success story, we hope it can be replicated to the other area. And also for the Kalimantan area, of course. As we know, we also has a plan of the new, what we call it, Ibu Kota Negara? Yeah, the new capital city of Indonesia. Yeah, there is a plan to move to Kalimantan area. So of course, we hope there is a good success story and we can replicate to the other area. I think that is my answer. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that we haven't received any questions in the chat box, at least on my end. So for our panel, so we had like technically we're supposed to have four presentations, but we ended up with 3 presentations. And I would like to thank you all, and like specifically, like definitely all of you, and specifically the presenters as well, and like Mr. Tatang, Ms. Kizia, and Ms. Ilyana for your wonderful presentations. And thank you so much. And please keep up with the conference program. And like it's not over yet. So I think like the coming session will be at 12 p.m. right? That'll be like US time, like Pittsburgh time. Thank you so much.
impromptu early in the morning at one of the turtle sites, and it was just extraordinary. The reef health was out of this world. Coming to Komodo was the first time in my life that I've ever seen
reef that looks just like Finding Nemo. But yeah, I mean, everywhere else in the world, like we've found nice areas of reef here and there, but none of them have been as nice as the reef that we snorkeled here.
What Komodo represents is a very healthy, very balanced ecological system, and so I wouldn't think that there's a lot that needs to be intervened at this time. But like Ali said, it's important to have a whole team of scientists watching this fairly closely, because if something does change, there are small things that we can do to mitigate that.
Yeah, you know, reef systems can die quickly, whereas they take an extended amount of time to grow. They can die very quickly, and so keeping an eye on things and making sure that it's, you know, still healthy and still thriving is really important.
You know, if you come to Indonesia, make sure that there's plenty of time in your trip to see all that there is to experience, or at least as much as you can, because there are so many extraordinary things. The food was wonderful. All of the cultural experiences that we had, you know, it takes time to see these things.
The food was delicious, every meal. I loved hiking Parar because it was easy enough to where I feel like most people could do it, and it was really scenic. And we got there nice and early, so there weren't so many people, and it was just a great kind of way to switch things up.
Yeah, no worries.
All of the temples had very specific significance to different Hindu stories, and I think that as someone who's only heard about these stories and heard people talk about them, and then also I think in the West certain aspects of that culture have been co-opted and appropriated, and as a result there's no real knowledge of it. It's just a lot of people being like, oh, here's Ganesha, or oh, here's Shiva, and there's no context for it. And actually being able to see the remnants of this temple really, I feel like, has given me a deeper appreciation and a deeper level of respect and reverence, and I hope that I'm able to carry that forward, and not even necessarily thinking about like reflecting it to other people, but just like I feel like there's a definite tendency as a yoga practitioner to feel like, oh yeah, I know about that thing. The Ramayana, yeah, I know about that. And it's like, you don't know about it. You don't know about it. And I'm always thinking like, there's so much heritage here. There's so much context that we're not getting. And then going to the temple was like, no, there's so much heritage here that we're not getting. There's so much context. And I hope that I can remember I hope that this feeling of reverence doesn't just stay here. Like, this is something that I need to carry for the rest of my practice.
saya anaknya 3, itu biasanya kalau orang Indonesia, orang Jawa bilang kemrungsung. Kalau ikut yoga, kemrungsungnya itu jadi hilang agak sedikit, bisa menguasai keadaan meditasinya itu yang paling penting. Mereka setuju aja, mendukung aja ya, karena untuk lebih sehat dan lebih tenang di dalam diri kita, istilahnya bisa jernih pikiran kita.
And Mas Junet at the end, and I suppose that you've been doing this research for a long time, so you know, and
Okay, welcome back. So this is our third sessions for today, and the last sessions, session 3A. So we will have a quite interesting paper to present. We will have a 4 presentations. Just to make sure that everybody here, let me do the roll call. Let's see. Do we have Muhammad Zain?
Yes, ada Pak.
Okay. Okay, good. And then the second one is, do we have Pak Chungki or Bu Siti?
I am here.
Okay.
Pak
Great.
Chungki will be presenting though.
Okay. Okay. Great. And then do we have Pak Kumara? Pak Kumara Jati? Oh yeah, I think he's here. Okay, and then the last but not least, do we have a Pak Martin?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, okay. So I think everybody ready. So before we begin, let's see. We have about an hour or so. So we have 4 presentations. So to be fair for everyone, so each presenter will be allocated about 10 to 15 minutes to present, including the Q&A. So as previous sessions, so we will have maybe try to limit our presentation in 10 minutes or so, and then let's allow a few minutes for Q&A. So as previous session, so let's collect the questions at the end. So either you write the questions in the chat box, or you raise the questions during the Q&A sessions. All right. So I believe we can start earlier, like about 2 minutes earlier. I don't think it won't hurt at all. So just in case if there is some connection issues, I have with me the presentation material from Pak Kumara and from Pak Chungki. So I hope if there is any difficulty, I will use this to present, but I don't have the 2 other material. So in case, just feel free to upload to the chat room so I can download it. So just in case if we don't have to have a kind of like a technical issue during our sessions, right? All right. Okay, so let's begin for our last sessions. So before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Nur Siswara Harjo. I'm TKI, Tenaga Kerja Indonesia in the US at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, Tennessee, as associate professor. My interest is in the energy, especially in the power systems. and then in renewable energy, smart grid, and then optimizations. So it is honor to be your moderator for today. As I mentioned earlier, we will have 4 presentations in these sessions. Okay, let me recall the title of the presentation of each. The first presentation will be a comparison analysis of easy of doing business rank and foreign direct investments, a case of Indonesia and Luxembourg by Muhammad Zain. And then the second presentation, it will be entitled Gig Economy and Knowledge Society, Avoiding Middle Income Trap by Chungki Kusdarjito and Siti Kusujiarti. And then the third presentation will be entitled Estimation of Indonesia's Trade with USA and India by Kumarajati. And then last but not least is Strengthening SMEs. I believe it's small, medium enterprise or entrepreneur, I believe. Enterprises, yeah. Small and medium enterprises after the COVID-19 pandemic through sociopreneurship-based communities in sustainable development by Martin Purnama Chandra. Okay, so that's quite interesting. Okay, so before we begin with the first presenter by Muhammad Rizki, so let me briefly introduce Muhammad Rizki. He is studying international affairs at Baruch College, the City University of New York. So his interest is in trade facilitations, believing that the nation's trade facilitation scheme correlate with its investment conditions. So he is a trade and custom facilitation policy analyst at the Directorate General of Custom Excise, Minister of Finance in Jakarta. Okay, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Yes, I think I share my screen first. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So it's been an honor to be here, to be one of the speakers of Indonesia Focus 2021 proceeding. This is actually my first proceeding. So I'm very excited for this, and thank you, partner, for the brief introduction. Yes, as partner mentioned, I'm from the City University of New York. I'm a Master of International Affairs candidate, and my research interest mainly is in trade policies, and currently it's shifting a bit to circular economy. But for this paper, for this proceeding, I submit a paper about as you can see here, the title is a comparative analysis of EODB and foreign direct investment realizations, a case of Indonesia and Luxembourg. Okay, so is it moving to the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. So the questions that this paper tried to answer is there why there is such a huge foreign direct investment realizations gap exists between Indonesia and Luxembourg. As we can see, the background of the research is the COVID has made global trade and FDI decline. Developing economies will be impacted by a 20% decline on FDI compared to last year. It's according to a report to the UNCTAD. And then the countries are really in dire need to recover of this level of FDI before the pre-pandemic level, because the FDI will affect the countries in jobs, in workforce, and in linkages in other industries, and especially in transfers of knowledge and technology. So it is critical for countries to recover from the low level of FDI that will soon happen. And in the latest publication of EODB, If someone is not familiar with EODB report, an EODB report is actually a report compiled by the World Bank that defines the complexity of business in the whole world, how hard it is or how easy it is to start a business in certain countries. The EODB compiled this report and made an annual report. And unfortunately, why this year is interesting, because only recently, only at the beginning, only at the end of last month, the World Bank has decided to stop using this report, and that is why I made some disclaimers on my paper that this study is based on the data that is collected before the decision to stop it. We will share a bit about why the World Bank stopped publishing the report at the end of the presentation. But on the latest report, it is shown that the position of Indonesia and Luxembourg is subsequent. It is next to each other. So in rank 72, it's Luxembourg, and rank 73, it's Indonesia. But then again, there is a high correlation between how well you perform in ODB rank and how attractive your country is to be an FDI destination. But when I take a look at the data, it doesn't supposed to be that way, because as we can see on the graphic here, the percentage of inward FDI stock to GDP from 2012 to 2020, we can see that Indonesia is consistently has almost a quarter of its GDP. The amount of FDI is almost a quarter of its GDP. However, on the other hand, Luxembourg has a surging amount. Well, it is never equal to its GDP. It's always a minimum of almost 2 times of its GDP. And the latest year, 2020, we can see it soars almost about 7.7 times of its GDP, the percentage of inward FDI. So this intrigues me. This is why I want to take a look at what happened at the FDI situation in both Luxembourg and Indonesia. And this comparative analysis is actually a very simplistic approach. Actually, it's just a classic compare and contrast research where the two subjects, Luxembourg and Indonesia, are weighted equally. So I'm not using a lens perspective here. I'm not viewing Indonesia or Luxembourg from the other. For example, I didn't see Luxembourg on the perspective of Indonesia, but we treat it as equal in here. Using a 4 frame of references, the first of their industrial policies, and then their investment regulations, trading across borders, and their tax regime. As we can see here, as a general comparison, there is absolutely a huge difference between Indonesia and Luxembourg. As we can see, both countries are in geospatial different location part of the world. So as we know, Indonesia is an archipelago, comprises of so many islands, while Luxembourg is landlocked. So it will shape its trade pattern. Luxembourg will only trade with countries that is subsequent, that is next to Luxembourg, and Indonesia in other end. But we will get into that in trading across border. And we can see that also in economy there is a huge difference, as we can see from the key indicators here, and from social also. Indonesia has a very huge population, while Luxembourg has a relatively low population. So in EODB, 2 of those components that is reported is trading across border and paying taxes. So there is a strong connections that the fiscal policy is really highly associated with the attractiveness to FDI for each country. So in here, I'm using only 2 of those components. Actually, the ODB has 10 components and 41 indicators, but I only use 2 of them. That is a trading across borders and tax regime. This is because I believe this is the, or not believe, the studies shown that these 2 are very related to the FDI attractiveness. And some findings here. The first regarding the industrial policies and investment regulations. Different structure of industries existed in Luxembourg, Indonesia. So industrial policies means in Indonesian term is keberpihakan. So actually how heavy the support of the government for the certain areas in the economy. So in here in Luxembourg, the government focus its effort on the high-tech services and financial services. So as we can see here, the priority sectors are logistics, informations, technologies, and financial services. While Indonesia, as a country with huge population, we tend to, after the 2012 commodities boom, the government tend to focus its effort on rebuilding its manufacturing. And as you can see here also, and in our plan, focus on food and beverages, textile, garments, automotive, electronics, and chemicals. And in terms of investment regulations, what countries are actively attracting FDI? However, in Luxembourg, it has been done earlier since 1960, long after World War II. And there are some incentives existed, but for Indonesia, we have only been recently opened up, marked by the abolition of the negative investment list in 2021 due to the omnibus law that abolished the systems of negative investment list. And there are so abundant types of facilitation that the countries offer for those who want to invest in Indonesia. We have a special economic zone, we have a foreign trade zone, we have a free trade, and we have other zones that is specifically targeted to those who want to invest in Indonesia. And some data here, when we try to dissect the components of EODB that related to the fiscal policy, as we can see here in paying taxes, Luxembourg data shows that it started in a very good position in 2014, but then again it slightly declined its position. So the slight decline is because of if you're all familiar with the terms of LuxLeaks, it's basically where the multinational enterprises set up their business in the Luxembourg because of its relatively low tax rate, and they tend to set up their headquarters there because then they can cooperate with the accounting firms and legal firms to make a complicated accounting and financial scheme that will shift their profit from other countries where they actually operate to a relatively low tax rate countries such as Luxembourg, and it is supported by the nature of I explained in the research. It is supported by the nature of the.
Rizky, you have 2 more minutes.
I'm sorry. Okay. And then for Indonesia, we're doing pretty well. As we can see here, our tax policy is getting better because of the kind of reforms that we have done in a few years back, just like the tax amnesty that shows a very good positive result for our performance in EODB. In trading across border, as I mentioned before, due to the geospatial difference, we have a very huge gap here because as we can see, Indonesia traded with mostly developed countries outside of the region. We traded with Japan, we traded mostly with the US and probably we only trade with our neighbor, only with Singapore, so it makes our trading across borders score is not very good. While on the other hand, Luxembourg only traded with Germany and other landlocked border country. That means they have a very efficient trade. And then when we take a look at the Luxembourg's FDI, this is the most interesting fact actually. So what Luxembourg's have actually, as the researchers said, as a phantom FDI. So it doesn't have a real impact to the economy. It's only a result of how the financial scheme that's happened there. They shift their profit here and there. That makes it's actually doesn't have a very good impact on the economy. And the conclusion that I have in my research is different structures of industrial policies give special settings and tax systems existed, of course, and interpreting EODB ranks without context solely understand the social and political complexity of doing business might lead to inaccurate policymaking. That is what happened with some world leaders nowadays. As we can see, India and Indonesia always think that if their rank in EODB is better, then they are doing better, but it's not like that. As mentioned before, we have to be careful when shaping our policies in the future, because Indonesia should create policies that benefit the need of the people instead of the numbers. Implementing policies that pull FDI that has no lasting impact on the economy might have negative externalities to the economy itself. So we have to be careful in our next policy making. And some limitation here, as mentioned before, use the data before the EODB stopped being used by the World Bank a few days ago. And then the findings on this might shed some light on the relationship between countries with different socioeconomic and regional background. And further studies using quantitative approach or different subjects or even a group of countries are encouraged to enrich the theoretical development of this field of study. So on that note, I end my presentation, and it was very nice to have you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Muhammad. So it's quite interesting presentation. So the next presentations will be delivered by Pak Chung Ki and Bu Siti, entitled Gig Economy and Knowledge Society, Avoiding Middle Income Trap. So before we begin, so let me briefly introduce Pak Chung Ki. He obtained a doctorate degree from University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia, majoring in geography and planning. And Bu Siti, she is a professor of sociology and chair of the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at Warren Wilson College, Asheville, North Carolina, USA. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Nur. Good night for those who live in Indonesia, and also good afternoon for those who live in USA. First of all, I would like to, it's already introduced by moderator. I'm from Yogyakarta, and Bu Siti from USA. Okay, my presentation is entitled Gig Economy and Knowledge Society, Avoiding Middle Income Trap. This is our email address. You can contact us. Sorry, I will make a full screen because some are small. We know we are now in advancement of digital technology, and it causes many impacts in all our life. And also the impact of COVID cannot be neglected too on the way of people work. Industry structure and business model are being disrupted by innovation in new product, services, and so on. In the future, people will work as a freelancer, self-employed, or also known as gig workers. People have more control over their way work, yet they receive unstable income, no benefit, decreasing job security, and maybe stalled careers if they do not improve their skills. Surviving in the gig economy also requires competency and specific skills, which can be very competitive. And also for skilled workers, the gig economy will provide a benefit compared to unskilled. People need update their skill during their career. However, the educational and social system in Indonesia do not adequately prepare for this trend. So we must prepare. Without a proper education system, Indonesia may fall into middle income trap or MIT. The transition from middle income countries to high income requires a dynamic process because middle income countries must compete with high income countries. What is the middle income countries? We can see in the next slide. Middle income countries actually is a condition where a country is trapped in a transitional position between low wage producer and highly skilled, fast moving innovation or innovator. A country experience MIT when for decades, usually 40 or 50 years, the country has been stagnating and cannot move into high income country. As an indicator of whether a country is trapped in MIT, usually we are using income per capita. MIT can be caused by decrease in productivity because of diminishing return of cheap labor with limited technology. This is the example. Let me explain a little bit. If a country for 40 or 50 years has remained in the same box here, we can call it trap in a middle income, or also lower income is also possible. As we can see here, Singapore SGP, Korea have moved from during the 70s, they include in lower middle income countries, now is high income countries in 2010. Also Singapore. This is Indonesia, we also move, but it's not as impressive compared to Singapore or Korea. Usually 40 to 50 years times. The other problem that Indonesia faces is the quality of education, especially in secondary education. For example, we can see here Singapore have a high score in reading, mathematics, and science, and also Korea. Malaysia is a little bit lower, but Indonesia is only excel compared to Philippines. Philippines is maybe in the lower, the lowest ranking. If we can see here, and also some Nordic countries such as Finland, Norway, also and Sweden have a high score here. And Eastern Europe is maybe in the middle value, except for Poland. Okay, how about knowledge society? The world is now highly connected, become global knowledge society. And since 80s, the role of knowledge as a competitive asset has been increasingly recognized. With globalization and technological revolution in the latest decades, knowledge has become a major driver of competitiveness, growth pattern, and unmanageable world economic activities. So both developed and developing countries must think about the urgency of their future under knowledge economy.
Recording in progress.
This is the condition in existing condition. For example, I use 1,000 data from direct Director General of Higher Education. This is not 2020, but 2018 maybe. We can see that most of the university in Indonesia still struggling with management quality and human resources here. Only a small number are already established. And also the PISA, as we already discussed before, as we are in the lower rank. I use principal component analysis. This is a branch of machine learning and cluster analysis. I use R software with factor extra, factor min, and so on for libraries in R. And the clustering use case means data was extracted or obtained and calculated from here. And the result is we can see here. There are 4 clusters here. Indonesia is number 37. This is China, UK, France, and China. This is Nordic countries. This is Japan, Spain, and also I forgot the other, and Spain. We can see here that a Nordic country is a high score here, and this is communist countries in Europe, especially from Central and East Europe. And this is mostly from Asia. I use 15 variables, including corruption perception index, international research output, and so on. And this is FDI, as already mentioned by the first presenter. Indonesia is here. So FDI is not the major factor for Indonesia, but for China, yeah. And also, we can see here, cluster 1, this is a low, the corruption is low here, and also efficient, no, maybe press of freedom is quite free. Also, tolerance to minority, this is a lower, this is higher here. So country with already become maybe upper income have some characteristic here, research and development expenditure. But here we can see research output also become for this cluster here. Research output has become one of the main factor. If you look at this from phylogenic, we see here Indonesia is the same or become a sibling of Philippines, as we share a similarity with Philippines and Indonesia, and also with Pakistan. So we can learn the experience from Philippines. Philippines, we can see that it's stuck since 1960. And middle income trap, so we can learn what happened in Philippines here. And then contributor here to be upper class countries, upper income countries. Research output has become one of dominant factors. Also people mobility, for example, international flight, and cultural service and goods has also become the important. FDI is not the first ranking. Student mobility is also become the important. Here for the countries, we can see here, UK, Germany, China is the main player here for dimension 1. Maybe if we have time,
you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
You have 2 minutes left.
And this is for dimension 2, press of freedom, tolerance to minority, and corruption perception indexes also become the main factor for to be upper income or rich country here. So results from DPCI indicates that non-economic variables such as research output, freedom of the press, tolerance to the minority, lower corruption, international student mobility, trade and cultural and services, characterizing it for the advanced economic, including the newcomers, for example, Korea and Singapore. I forgot to mention before. Yeah, the result from DPCI show that foreign direct investment, R&D, logistic partner, number of students studying abroad, and collaboration in research are not the main factor for Indonesia. These factors may be will become or may hamper the transformation in Indonesia into the knowledge society. And then, in conclusion, intuitively, the supply of quality of human capital can improve country ability to increase the quantity and capacity of high tech. Therefore, development must be followed by upgrading human capital. Indonesia needs to reform its education system to be well suited for the knowledge society, provide long life learning for the gig workers, integrate into the global value chain to avoid the middle income trap. For example, university merger, networking, and collaboration, prioritizing on STEM and also MOOCS, MPKM, Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, Freedom of Learn, and Independence Campus may pave the way for reforming education system in Indonesia. But on the condition if it is not trapped with the administrative tasks and very strict guidance for standardization. Education system need to be agile and adaptive. For example, by implementing liberal art education, developing critical thinking. I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, and screen, I return to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Chungki. It's quite interesting finding. So let's move on to the next presenter entitled Estimations of Indonesia's Trade with USA and India by Pak Kumarajati. So before we start, let me briefly introduce Pak Kumarajati. Currently, he is a researcher at the Trade Policy Analysis and Development Agency, Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia, as well as right now he was positioned at in Chennai, India, as a Director of Indonesian Trade Promotion Center, ITPC, under the Minister of Trade, Republic of Indonesia. So without further ado, Pak Kumara, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Moderator, Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Siswo Raharjo. Greetings, good evening Indonesia time and good afternoon in USA time, ladies and gentlemen. With great joy and immense pleasure, I feel privileged to extend my sincere thanks for having me today in Indonesia Focus 13th Annual Conference 2021. It is an honor for me to present here. Distinguished speakers, distinguished researchers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, this special occasion I would like to present my research paper about estimation Indonesia's trade with USA and India. Let me share the screen first. Yeah, this is the fourth part of my presentation: introduction, methods, results and discussion, conclusions. Can you see the screen? Yeah, this is the introduction. Just a normal concept. International trade consists of export and import activities. As we all know that export is a part of economic growth, so it is important to see how is the export import in the future. Export is the sale of goods and services produced by a country to another country. On the other hand, imports are goods and services that enter a country. So based on Indonesian statistic, during period January until May 2021, the total trade between Indonesia and US increased around 25%. Most of this total trade is dominated by Indonesia's non-oil and gas export to USA that increased around 30%. Compared to the same period 2020. And how about the trade between Indonesia and India? During period January until May 2021, the total trade between Indonesia and India increased more, is around 44%. And also is dominated by Indonesia's non-oil gas export to India that also increased around 22% compared to the same period last year. So the main export commodity from Indonesia to US and India are dominated by 7 commodities: textile and product textile, rubber products, footwear, coal, palm oil, and iron and steel products. So one of the indication why the export and total trade is increased is there is a rise in international commodity price. As you all know, the coal, palm oil, and also crude oil is increased. Also, we heard from the first speaker from the there is a rise of international commodity price. So the second introduction is we would like to focus in balance of trade between Indonesia and India. Why we choose Indonesia, USA, and India? Because it is the second, third, and fourth most populous country in the world, and also the 3 biggest economy. And based on the statistic data, these 3 has the close relationship in terms of trade. And based on the data, also there is increasing trend in export and import. So we also would like to see this export and import estimation, because as we all know, there is a economic crisis in 2020. Indonesia only the economic growth is -2. I think it's the same like USA. Even in India, the economic growth is minus around 8%. Also the pandemic, so we're facing until now. So in this research, we would like to see how is the Indonesia trade with USA and India in the future with the structural time series method. This is the method, the structural time series method, STSM. There are 4 things that we would like to highlight here. Export and import data is a macroeconomic variable that are defined as data that fluctuating and not easy to predict. So with STSM, the basic model, it is required to analyze the changes and the dynamic of the variables. Second point that we like to highlight, STSM is also a simple way how to get a better understanding, precise and accurate. So it can forecast, it can predict, and then STSM model is a superiority model compared to the just a regular average, because it's more structured and can model the trend, seasonal cycles, pattern, and irregularity. And this model is estimated by maximum likelihood estimation with the 3 components of Kalman filter. And this research is based on monthly data, 113 from January 2012 to May 2021. The software in the study is used as STEM Oxmetric 7. This is results and discussion. There are 4 pictures that shows estimation development of Indonesia's export value to USA. So based on this STSM model, to estimate the Indonesia's export value to USA, number 1, Indonesia export value to USA trend derived from seasonal cycles and irregular components that associated with the supply of Indonesian exporter and the demand of American buyer, trader, and distributor. Says that there is a fundamental changing in both countries, like exchange rate, economic growth, and so on and so forth. Number 2, the seasonal component pattern, it is lower in the year 2012 to 2016, then start increasing in the year 2017 until 2021. One of the reasons is that there is a trade war between US and China, and also there is a tense between India and China in the border. Besides that, there is a pandemic of COVID-19. Number 3, the cycle component is similar with the seasonal components. During 2012 to 2016 is smaller compared to the 2017 until 2021. And last but not least, in the last graph, we can see there is an irregular component. It is axis. It shows that relatively difficult to estimate Indonesia's export value to USA. So then how about the trade between Indonesia and India? The structural time series model that estimate this result show that the trend of this Indonesia's export to India is derived from seasonal and cycle components. So there is no irregular component. And also the seasonal component is relatively stable and same pattern every year with 2 times increase in 1 year, the early and the end of the year. And the lowest number of cycle component in the year 2020 when the pandemic COVID-19 is starting to hit India. So that's the lowest cycle component. Why there is no irregular component in this export value to India? Because one of the reason the Indonesia export to India is dominated by 3 commodities only, like crude palm oil, coal, and iron and steel. So it is easier to predict. This is the table result in discussion number 3. There are 3 points that we want to highlight here. The Indonesia's export value to US and India will increase around 10% and 9.6% in the next 2 years. So actually, these results is lower than the target of Ministry of Trade, around 50%. So there is more work to be done. Although if we see the quantity, the estimation export from Indonesia to India also increased around 16 to 18%. So in terms of value, yeah, lower, but in terms of quantity, it will be increased. So this can be happen maybe because we export more to the raw and bulky commodity compared to the branded material. So the other result that is interesting to be seen is the coefficient of variation of import quantity from India will increase 13.7%. It is relatively fluctuate because the number is above 9% threshold. So based on the Rensra, Ministry of Trade, if the coefficient variation is above 9%, we need to highlight that and we need to check why it is fluctuated, and the stakeholder need to manage the impact of fluctuation of import quantity from India to Indonesia. This is the conclusion that we like to highlight here. Many opportunity can be achieved in these trading activities between Indonesia, USA, and India, but also there is some obstacles need to be managed because right now, like there is a problem increasing of shipping and the rare of cargo container. So we need to highlight this. Number 2, in the year 2020 and early 2021, there is an economic crisis that affecting the value and the quantity of Indonesia's trading with US and India. And the pandemic of COVID-19 also increasing the uncertainty of doing business in the future. Like right now, there is no commercial flight between Indonesia and India, and also there's some partial lockdown that decreasing the activity of seaport and airport. So it is we need to highlight this kind of situation. Number 3, based on structural time series model STSM estimation, Indonesia's import and export to USA and India will be increased in the next 2 years. So most of the development of Indonesia's trade with USA and India trend is derived by seasonal cycles and irregular components, except for the trend of Indonesia export value to India. So in this point, I need to highlight that we need to diversify the export from Indonesia to India because we only focus on 3 products. So we need to export more the value added, more branded material. Although right now already 40 until 50 Indonesian brand enter India, but it is dominated by a multinational company. Last but not least, hopefully the increase of export and import can help these 3 countries' economic recovery from the economic crisis, and it can support the increase of the business and economic growth during pandemic COVID-19. Thank you so much for the kind attention. Give back to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Kumara. It's very interesting fact, and then we have so much to learn from the trading between Indonesia and its partner. Okay, so the last presentations, it will be presented by Pak Martin Purnama Chandra, entitled Strengthening Small and Medium Enterprises After the COVID-19 Pandemic Through Sociopreneurship-Based Communities in Sustainable Development. So before we begin, so let me introduce Pak Purnama a little bit. He is a lecturer in the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Sangha Buana University. And he graduated from the Pajajaran University, and his research area and expertise is in the global political economy, public speaking, public diplomacy, and entrepreneurships. Okay, without further ado, Pak Martin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. This is my turn. I'm so happy. This is my first experience. Give a presentation almost midnight. Okay, I hope it's save the best for last. Bismillah. Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen in Indonesia, of course, and good morning, good afternoon, sorry, in United States of America. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Martin Purnama Chandra, and as a moderator said, I'm from Sangha Buana University in Bandung, Indonesia. Sampurasun is a kind of Sundanese greetings in West Java. Okay, in this occasion, I would like to proudly present my paper at the Indonesia Focus Conference titled Strengthening Small and Medium Enterprises, or SMEs, after the COVID-19 pandemic through sociopreneurship-based communities in sustainable development. Okay, it's being a great honor for me to be attending here and welcoming everyone in this forum. This presentation will provide us plenty of opportunities to discuss, share, and insights, of course. Before I begin, allow me to express honest credit to Excellencies all committees of Indonesia Conference, Indonesia Focus Conference, and also Excellencies Moderator, Mr. Nur Siswa Raharjo, PhD. And I'm so happy here I see my Dean of Social and Political Science Faculty, Mr. Tata Sudrajat, still join with us. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to explain my research according to any contents of my presentation. I think there are 5 contents of my research in the full paper. You can also read my full paper. 1 introduction, 2 literature review, 3 research methods for result and discussion, and 5 conclusion. Okay. Let's begin this presentation. As we know that Indonesia is one of the countries that are experiencing instability in domestic condition, which affects sustainable development caused by the pandemic. The pandemic impacts 2 indicators of sustainable development: economic and also social aspect. Unfortunately, the limited mobility of people's activities make the aspect run further back. It means that these indicators are not met. In detail, referring to the social aspect, the Central Statistic Agencies recorded the first increases in the poverty rate in the last 3 years due to coronavirus, increasing by more than 2.7 million people. The impact of loss or decreased income can trigger social deviation action as an effort to fulfill need, which surely have a direct effect on aspect of health, and education. Furthermore, for the economic aspect that is based on the basic principle of the market, the pandemic creates a lack of space for seller and buyers to meet, so that the continuity of market activity slow down. In a broad scope, the picture of the level of welfare is not only illustrated from domestic market condition, but also foreign affairs that refer to international cooperation. Okay, export-import activities will be hampered because are health aspects that need to be included in these activities. As a result, tax revenues and foreign exchange experience a downward trend. In addition, many development projects have stalled and are not in accordance with plans, such as infrastructure development or technology development. For number 2, there are sectors that are considered to play the most important and fundamental pillars for the economic ecosystem in Indonesia. From a historical approach, during the 1998 economic crisis, it turned out that the SME sector had a very positive contribution in shaping the Indonesian economic ecosystem at that time. The same thing happened during the pandemic, where the SME sector has a great potential to become accelerator of national economic recovery. The point number 3, by that situation, the SME sector needs a new breakthrough for the development business, and its supports at various levels of society are needed to revive the potential of Indonesian SMEs by optimizing soft skill, the sharing of information and technology, the collaboration between academicians and practitioners. We can also see in this slide, the support in question refers to the concept of sociopreneurship. Sociopreneurship is an entrepreneurial model that can be used as a business development strategy that can adapt to various environmental change and then produce new characteristic phenomena in terms of business. Okay, let me explain for the literature review. To analyze the object of research, I use 2 concepts. The first is sustainable development by Ordonez and Dwinker. Sustainable development is a development process that provides a balanced portion of economic, social, and environmental interest. This research will be focused just on social and economic aspects that are getting the impact of the pandemic. And the second, in sociopreneurship, that are explaining about sociopreneurship-based communities. Sociopreneurship is born from a civil society that has an initiative and participate in optimizing the existing social capital in society. There are 4 kinds of social capital, including networks, beliefs, norms, and social actions. And next, for social research methods, the method chosen is analytical qualitative research and makes the researcher, me here as an observer participant, as a valid data source in the field. Using data research technique and case studies as the basis for writing, of course, here primary and secondary data, the object of research is the strengthening of SMEs through sociopreneurship-based communities. So I will explain for the result. For the discussion, this research is finding that the limitation of movement make the SME sector face problems in developing its business, including the lack of awareness and motivation to develop business professionals. 2, the lack of information and knowledge so that no innovation steps are taken. 3, the limited access of funding and capital is accompanied by complicated credit application requirement, guarantees, and long processes. The absence of group organization or business community can overshadow the SMEs in the transfer of information, knowledge, and experience related to the use of technology. Okay, according to this problem, socialpreneurship is present as a business development strategy that comes from social ideas with the entrepreneurial approach with a community concentration. Socialpreneurship-based communities will act as a providers and givers of social impact on the problems and needs of SMEs through change that bring new views on improving the economic system to find solutions so that SMEs can develop their business with social capital. Okay, as we can see in the slide, there are 4 social capitals on this research: networks, beliefs, norms, and social activities, as I told before. Okay, this is my result of my research. The socialpreneurship approach was chosen because the purpose of the impact mitigation strategy model is to revive the SME sector, which can encourage the recovery of Indonesian economy and solve social problems, representing the state as a community of privileged owners that others do not have. The state approach is used to accelerate the implementation to the activities objectives. The implementation of the objective, the socialpreneurship approach is an alternative solution for solving social problems in synergy with government. This strategic model is intended to tie social missions with economic activities so that they are sustainable. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the table I saw on the slide, this is the important thing. We can give a more attention. This is my elaboration in this research. So that the solution offered to the problem has been taken based on the sustainable development mission. This is 2 problems: economics and partnership, and this is what I research in the field. Give you 2 solutions. So the outcome is how sustainable development can achieve. Okay. Okay. This is brings us to the end of my presentation. I would like to summarize by saying, although the COVID-19 pandemic has a real impact on the SME sector, this can be overcome with a business development through the socialpreneurship community that makes SME sector immediately adapt to environmental change. Socialpreneurship-based communities play an important role in strengthening SMEs through 4 social capital: networks, beliefs, norms, and social action. As a result, the community is able to optimize the synergy of socialpreneurship ecosystem between the public and private sectors, which is in accordance with Indonesia's Sustainable Development Mission. Okay, well, thank you very much for your great attention to join my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ending this presentation up. I apologize if there are any wrong words during presenting. May all those we have shared be beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Pak Martin, for quite interesting presentation and finding. Actually, we plan to have like a Q&A, but we only have like a 2-minute left. So it seemed like I think it would be beneficial if we can go straight to the closing session because the time. So, but before we ended our sessions, I would like again to thank to all the presenters. Thank you so much for very, very interesting and outstanding presentations, as well as the participants who attending these sessions. Before we close, let's give the presenter a round of applause. Okay, so I think we can go straight to our next sessions, and I will like to give this floor to Baya. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And I think while waiting for other groups to join us, because I think the other session maybe from BCD haven't returned to us. So I want to ask maybe to 1 or 2 people here, especially the newcomer, like for example, to Pak Kumarajati. This is your first time because our conference is intimate. We try to remember everybody's faces. What is your impression, and will you consider joining us again in the future?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Nurhayah Mukhtar. Thank you everyone for this wonderful event. I think it is very useful to interact, to increase the networking, and also to expand my ability to writing. And also I see many professor, doctor from many fields of education subject. I learned many things, especially during this pandemic. We need more research, good quality to overcome the obstacles that we are facing today. Thank you.
Well, glad to hear that. And I don't remember seeing Martin, for example. Is this your first time, Martin?
Yes, this is my first time.
Okay.
I get information from my dean, Mr. Tatang Sudrajat. So I joined this conference.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So
I'm so happy. Yes.
That's good. That's really good. And thank you, Pak Tatang, for including, your
Yes, Mr. Tatang is still joined with us.
Yes, he's here.
Hi, Mr. Dean.
Mr. Dean. Okay. Should I call you Mr. Dean too?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Pak Tatang, this is not your first time, right? I think your name rings the bell. I mean,
Yes,
this is not your first time. You have joined us before, right?
The first I'm joining in this events.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. So I know that this is hard, especially for those who live in Papua, because by now it's 2 a.m. I want to finish it as soon as possible, but I'm waiting for room C and B and D to join us. So I don't mean to extend the time, but I want to give like 2 more minutes for them to join. So let me ask at least one more person, especially the newcomer, are there any other newcomer here that have never participated? So Martin is one, and Kumarajat is another one. Who else that is a newcomer here? Oh, Ibu Nurhayada. Okay, that's also for you the first time. And Pak Saur, I think we met before, right? Yes, Pak Saur Constantius Semamora. I feel like your name ring the bell too. Okay. All right. And I think we have seen more people joining us, including Ibu Margaret Sutton. We did not introduce you in the beginning, but Dr. Sutton from Indiana University she and the university used to host us for 2 consecutive years. It was a wonderful experience. And even though we couldn't host them in person, but we're hoping that, the next, next year, if, if no more vaccine hesitancy, and then, COVID-19 is really, we can say that it's beyond COVID, even though the theme is now beyond COVID, and we can meet each other, so we can, we can plan ahead. So we're just going to do 3 things, and we're hoping that we will end it in the next 20 minutes. The first thing is, I'm going to ask Pak Nur Siswara Harjo to share a little bit about proceeding, and then also review, and also a little bit of mentorship that what ASIRPA, one of the ASIRPA core belief in terms of research and networking. Mas Nur?
Okay, thank you, Baya, for giving me the opportunity for discussing or presenting what ASIRPA in general, are doing. This is our, as Baya mentioned, that this is our 13th Indonesia Focus Conference continuously since 2008. So it is quite, a great pleasure to be able to have this conference keep ongoing. So our plan for, we plan to publish the full paper of the presentations today via our website proceedings. So the paper that is being submitted, we will do another round of review for the full papers. So expect that some of the papers will be written back to the author for revisions to accommodate the comment or concern from the reviewer. So the website for the proceeding will be different from the website of the conference. So we will also send the informations of the where the review process will be conducted. So just keep check with the WhatsApp group for the presenters about the process of the review of the full papers. And for website for the conference, we will publish the abstract for the paper that being presented today. So as you can see, we have a quite very interesting subject that being discussed today. So we will probably plan to publish the abstracts in our conference website. So these are two different things. So for the conference abstract, we will publish in the conference website. And then from the proceedings, we will publish it into our conference proceeding website. Okay. So is there anything else that I miss, Baya?
I will add a little bit, because I think some people might want to ask question, but after I say something, then you can ask question. Now, thank you, Pak Nur. One is, thank you for asking us. I think Pak Chungki asked us a few times, what about Scopus? What about Scopus, right, Pak Chungki? And so we have tried, but we didn't go through. So at this time, Ibu Ati will help me to apply again. And so the process of applying Scopus in the US is a little bit more tedious compared to applying Scopus in Indonesia. So in Indonesia, it's more maybe streamlined, it's a lot easier, but the US is more tedious, it's complicated. So we tried, and then it didn't go through, and then it got back to us another 6 months. So in about next month, Ibu Ati and I will try to reapply and looking at why it didn't go through. And let's just hope that by next year, if it's approved, and then we can include that in Scopus, because we do understand the importance of having Scopus in Indonesia. And
I think I would like to add, what just Baya mentioned, that it is the support from all of you that hopefully we able to kind of like receive the approval from Scopus during this process. So yeah, I think it is the work of all of us. It's not just a few Baya or just me, or it is you, all of you as the author who participate in this conference, it is very, very, it is you that, we are exist.
Yeah, that's right. And also like, I think Ibu Peck earlier said that she's going to retire, but I think she will continue to assist us. So what I'm saying is, so even though the names of the organizer of ASIRPA are few, but we have a lot of networks with professors, American professors from many universities in the US. That brings me into the next one. The next one means mentorship. So since the last 13 years, we try to establish a mentorship. So from what Pak Nur said about review. So when we give you review, we expect you to revise it. And then sometime we open a communication between the mentor and the mentee. So that way, then you can take that constructive, criticism and improve your paper. Because sometimes the paper is clear for you, but when somebody else read that, it's totally unclear. So I hope that kind of mentorship, when it's open, I hope you take that opportunity. But if you find another organization that feels that connected to you and seek for mentorship in the US, go ahead. Like for example, I think there's a new organization called Rumah Publikasi, and I think they're a new organization. But if you have heard about them, you want to connect with them, that's fine too. And there are some other organization in like we have Diaspora, Diaspora Indonesia, we have I4, Pak Halbana also involved. So all of this organization, you can reach out to him. And so the emails and then the contact list of some of the names that you have listened is in your guidebook. So did I cover anything, Pak Nur, before I move to Andy?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, that's great. But overall, I am impressed with this year conference. We were a bit, we're not sure because there were so many webinars, and I thought like, well, would there be any interest? So despite the technology, despite the glitch, despite losing connection, and despite having to wait for until like 2 a.m., I'm impressed knowing that you are better and also stronger in terms of content-wise, research-wise, and also presentation-wise. And on the personal note, I knew some of you who are professors, but actually now become business people because of COVID. That's also a plus, using the opportunity for your own benefits. And then I think this is also the first time we have panel, and Mas Rizky was the chair of the panel. And I think because next year we will have our conference in Indiana, in University of Pittsburgh. So I think Mas Rizky is one of them, and I hope you still bring and invite your fellow presenters to come, and maybe you perform, and Pak Chris will perform. So it becomes like a great opportunity to reconnect. Before I forget, then let's listen to Mas Andi Saptono, because if COVID is gone, if we can all meet each other, Mas Andi Saptono will be one of the main organizer in welcoming us, and perhaps organizing a trip. Who knows? Like, after the conference is over, I'm driving to Niagara Falls to take my mom who's visiting. So next year, perhaps we're driving you after the conference is over or before that. Okay, Mas Andi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So can I share a little bit of my screen?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Andy. Yeah.
Because Maya told me, hey, put out some pictures of Pittsburgh. So I scramble around a little bit of some picture that I can find here. So let's see. Okay. So first of all, just want to welcome everyone to Pittsburgh for our 14th annual conference. I only have the 13th one, so I just put it there. This is a picture of our Cathedral of Learning, which is the University of Pittsburgh's primary building and the tallest educational building in the United States. So what's inside? Well, some people say that our Cathedral of Learning feels like Hogwarts. So if you're familiar with Harry Potter, you will feel at home at the Cathedral of Learning. We have that feels within our building. But within each of this, each of the room, we hosted nationality rooms. The top left there, that's the nationality room for India. The middle one is the Syria Lebanon, and the bottom one is our latest addition, which is the Korean heritage. So I'm looking forward for an Indonesian heritage room in the future to be added as a part of our nationality room. So hopefully we can do that in the future. But this is University of Pittsburgh, and we are proud of our beauty. We have many bridges. I think we are the second city with the most bridges at the world. So the first one is Venice. So second one is Pittsburgh. You can enjoy all the bridges that you want, and we have a very, very nice view of our city from the top of the mountain, which is top 10 best view in the United States as well. So if you're in town, I would be more than happy to show you around. And this down here is a statue of a very famous dinosaur just next to that building, which is the very humble beginning of University of Pittsburgh. So we started at that hut until now we become the big university that we are right now. So again, looking forward to meet you at Pittsburgh, and back to you, Baya.
Thank you. A few things as a part of logistic areas, and so then you remember. One, our conference generally happen in the fall around this time. Okay, so the reason is, one is, the weather is not too hot, and then second is because we tend to use the university. Summer is not possible, so fall around this time, then we're planning to do that way. Second, well, then for those of you who start being business people rather than also teaching, save your money and join us and come to see us, And for the timeline, generally proceeding will be published at the end of the year. And then the theme of the conference, the call for people, will start at the beginning of next year. Okay. And we really encourage you to apply. So we're doing a rolling deadline, meaning that if Pak Tatang submit on the February the 1st, we try to complete, we send it and review right away. You probably get it in a course of a week or less. So then we'll give you the paper so you can process the visa right away. Because up to now, the embassy, give the timeline with about 2 to 4 months to wait for interview. Okay, so that's just giving an idea. And also, I think it also takes some time for you to apply for sponsorship. So it's hard for us to keep in track who came or who didn't come. So we do encourage you to contact us for anything. Like, for example, the next 3 days or less than a week, we will try to send the certificate as soon as possible. Okay, so if there are names, if there are title, if you want to have all complete title, and that's something that we're not familiar with because in the US we only use one. So if you want to have as detailed as possible as a requirement, do tell us. That's one. And then if you want to ask for, like, if you feel like, okay, I need to know about my paper, I need to know who's the expert on this. It's so just, we're trying to answer the question as soon as possible. And also related to that, since I have seen new faces today, and also for those who are returning, or also for those who are new, please come and join us to help. Because like Anton, for example, Anton has participated with us for more than 4 times. And a lot of us were impressed with the dedication that Anton has given it to us. So I said to Anton, okay, Anton, can you join us? So he has been very active, and he become like the faces of ASIRPA through WhatsApp. So now, for example, I see Fandi. Fandi, you told me that you're in Duke, okay? So and you want to reconnect with us, and and then Martin, you are in Indonesia. It doesn't matter that you're in Indonesia. Join us. So please connect with us and help us, because I think this is the only organization that is grassroots, which means it was not established by the government. We tried to connect and update it to the government, but being a grassroots means we are very independent. We have very limited about a budget. But because we're grassroots, we thought like, oh, it's registration free is better for now or last year. So then there are more people involved, but maybe, next year, if we are doing face-to-face, we might charge money for your food, because, maybe Fandi knows it's hard to find Indonesian food, here. So Ibu-Ibu in Pittsburgh will prepare some food. In return, then we will charge some amount of money for registration. Okay, so I think, I have covered anything, and I told you that we're trying to finish at 1:20. However, if there are any questions, we can extend for another 5 minutes. So then those people who live far away, either you can stay and party with some people, or maybe then you can sleep right away. Okay, any question? No question. Okay. So as I'm driving after this to Niagara Falls, which is about 4 hours, I will think about you. I hope by next year we can all have a trip together rather than me and my mom only. Okay. All right. So thank you so much.
Hold on a second, Baya.
Yes.
Did we take a picture?
Oh, not yet. Yeah,
Group
I was about
picture?
to ask
Okay. That's
also.
good
I think we
reminder.
need to take a group picture anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who's in charge? I'm not with technology.
Yeah, I will take a picture also, but please turn on the camera. So
maybe just take a print screen. How about that?
yeah, anybody else welcome to take a picture also, but I will take right now. Okay, wait a second.
Taufik Hanafi is not there. Let's find everybody.
Yeah. Okay, if no more.
You have to look,
oh, wait a second.
To the front.
There is one more. Wait a second. Let me save for us.
It is.
Okay, one more time. Okay. All right. Okay.
I've been smiling too
Why
long.
is taking so long?
All right.
I've
Okay.
been smiling.
Done.
I got it too. I got it.
Keep smiling.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Oh, you
Oh,
did?
Did you get a second page?
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, I don't feel it.
But Mas Didi
Yeah.
is not facing to the camera.
Oh, yeah. That's
There's a
okay.
second page, Mas Didi. Did you take a second page?
Did you take second page, Mas Didi?
Let's try again.
I got it. I'll post it.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay, thank you.
Baya, I want
Yes.
to note something. I think
Yes.
we have to give applause to several students here, but because they are currently still on their master degrees, like Rizky, Fandi, right?
That's
so
good.
because yeah,
Okay.
and Hani from
Not just master
Belgium.
degree. Busiti student. She is the undergraduate student.
My son also, my son.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course.
So,
Of course. Yes. Yes.
That's a great
Well,
applause.
yes, yeah. So this forum is not only for those who already have a degree. So for if you have a student, you want to take them and join us. We're more than welcome. Okay. Any other question? No. Well, thank you so much. This is as much as I like seeing all of you, I do hope this is the last online conference. I do hope that next year we can meet in person. Okay, and everybody's well, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dia nggak perlu.
See you in
Mas Nur.
Pittsburgh.
Thank you.
See you next year.
Thank
Bye bye.
you. I'll see you next year.
Thank you to all committee.